You know who brags about how smart they are?
Who?
Jared
Smart people.
Genesis. That's King Cobes.
You just conflated him as we went live. No other context needed.
The difference is I have a fucking college degree and they both haven't left their house.
Very true. Hey man, I don't need to be held down by any sort of rules, okay? I'm a genius of the streets. And then you hear someone throw a firework and he's like, ah! Fucking... oh god. You guys missed of the end of a saucy conversation. We could have gotten cake farting, but you didn't get to see. Oh wait, hold on. You can hear me? Good. I know. I've been very naughty to start streams prior to otherwise. Welcome back to Bearded Ramblings episode 40. 42, 72. We're well past the 40s. Damn, we're close to our.
Excuse me.
You're not even close.
I'm still working through my 40s. Okay.
I haven't even hit my 40s yet.
I'm 33 and I still feel like I'm 1 foot in the grave.
Oh, welcome to. See, I'm glad someone else gets it. I guess our generation just knows how morbid the world really is.
Dude, I wake up and my knees hurt. It's oh god, I must be half dead.
Have you had your first back problem yet? I'm 34 and I got mine last year. Yes, it began. Our parents warned that we just... Whatever, old man. The time is now.
Wait a minute. It happened to you both at 33. Are your bad backs cycles linking together?
I think our entire generation is, everyone in their 30s are going to be walking around.
I can't be mad about my back because I know that it's because I'm a fat fuck, and if I wasn't a fat fuck, it probably wouldn't be as hurt.
Yeah. If we took maybe a little bit better care of ourselves, just a smidge.
So you have women who are linking up their menstrual cycles, then you have just middle-aged fat men who are linking up their bad spines.
Or the amount of times we got to the toilet, the amount of time we got to take a piss at night. We wake up to take a piss. That is the sign of it.
I haven't had that experience. At least I'm like a camel. I can fucking hold it as long as I need to. So.
Oh, I get up to piss at least 3 times a night.
2 to 3.
I don't have any back problems when I do, but
really depends how drunk I am. Speaking of, we have a gimmick tonight. It's a gimmick.
Yay.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Gimmicks are great.
Every time someone donates, I take a shot. Magicus, for once, does not have to suffer alone, because of course he's taking a shot with me.
You know what? My shot glass is downstairs, so I'm just going to drink directly out of the bottle.
Hey, I've got this fucking glass tumbler, so maybe I should do the same after this.
I'll take a shot of Pepsi every time you donate.
Fuck you. Krendar on Pepsi, what glory is this? It's Glud glory is what it... Glud...
Totally
it's
not something I
Glud
would've
glory.
just done on my own without it anyway.
No. There's a guy...
Solidarity.
I mean, I normally don't drink unless it's a very special occasion, as we all know. In fact, I'm thinking of joining...
You don't touch the stuff.
No. I'm not much of a drinker. Fucking...
It's not... Look, it's not alcoholism if you have everyone else give you a reason to drink.
Right? I technically go up to my pub, and some nights I'm like, hey, they like me drunk. It's technically a part of my job description now.
I'm basically Jesus, okay? That's all I'm saying.
I'm basically saying
to everyone else.
description has the link to the Streamlabs. And that's what's going to happen. And every time you give it...
I didn't know we had Christine Chandler with us today.
Oh, keep your mothers at bed. Keep your mothers safe. No, I'm not finishing that line. No.
Wait, do we actually know where Chris Chan is right now?
Virginia.
No,
they got
moved to another facility
in Virginia as well. Yeah, that's all I know. But yeah, and if I'm right, at a very brief time, it was the same place that one of the. I think it might have even been the. What's the name of them? The one from January 6th. The shaman. The shaman, I think, was... Yeah, okay. I think they were stored in the same place for a little while.
That would be an interesting crossover.
Oh, put them in the same room, just record it like it's a JCS psychology video. Now, as you can see here, both of these people are absolutely fucking insane, and I really am out of my wheelhouse now. Let's just all watch.
if we're getting those two together, we got to get Evan LaFavor in there too, and G Time Johnny.
It'll be a tag team battle against each other.
Yeah.
Do you follow Good Time on his Twitter?
Who? What? What?
Do you follow Good Time Johnny on his Twitter?
I don't think that G stands for good, but no, I don't.
It was originally meant to be good, wasn't it? It was originally meant to be Good Time or
I don't think
Time.
so.
Well,
I thought it was Galileo.
Even if it was good, I don't think it's good
anymore.
Dog, no.
I think it's for Galileo because he's talked about Galileo time.
His tweets are getting. Yeah, let's.
He has.
Before we get into the meat
I mean,
and potatoes,
I'm not saying the name makes any sense, but I think that's why he calls himself G Time.
G Time Johnny, you follow each other. Aw. He's no one ever responds to his stuff anymore because they're.
It was the first word of his.
You're
profile.
right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I always thought it was Good Time. I always thought it was. I don't know. I always thought it was Good Time. Oh, I suppose chat should also see what we're looking at.
Oh, his profile is just word salad.
Oh, it's his. All he does is talk word. No one responds or even likes to him for the most part because my God, the stuff he puts out is just gibberish.
Who was it on DP that actually sat down and translated his gibberish?
Ben.
It
was
tweet,
Ben back in the day.
Scroll up for a second. Like that tweet literally says.
I don't think it was Ben.
Rough, meow, brown cow. What?
Where? Where?
Look at his pinned tweet.
Yep.
Rough, meow, brown cow. What the fuck does that even mean?
Boogie Man, alphabetic. ABC. Fantasy is listen, he's got a great soul, but he's past the point where he can communicate with us simple morsels anymore. He's transcended it. He's still trying, but he's soon going to realize that very few of us will have any real understanding.
NATO equals USA capitalism. What?
7-day word slavery, assimilate or die.
What does 7-day word slavery mean?
Like as Bill points out in the chat, he did kick his dog at one point, so
it was not an accident.
It was not an accident.
He use the words good or great to describe himself anymore.
Two things about that. A, it was not an accident.
No.
And B, he laughed at the dog afterwards.
He did. And it went boo, showing it did not like it.
That was the point where he transitioned from oddity into antagonist.
I think it's the point where it was like, let's show less of his videos. Next time I think we're going to see his video will probably be when, I don't know, he makes a big scene in a public park and gets arrested on camera. Like
that would be fucking fantastic.
He's got to do a Lucas basically. He's got to end up.
You have no idea how much money I would spend to see this guy try to defend himself in court.
Oh, it's gonna be like those sovereign. It's gonna be like the sovereign citizens. Oh, he's gonna stand up and he's gonna.
You could have an entire DP special edition episode just about that.
I understand this one. I do get this one. Please offend me. Please do. You can't offend me. I offend myself. I love how he's going into the toilet, but also being like pointed at from every angle, like some sort of.
Is he having like a moment of like self-awareness about how shitty he is?
A lot of these people, they get to the point where they're like on the cusp of self-awareness, but they never quite get there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's the ones that are nowhere near the cusp, like Jared Genesis or
Foodie Beauty.
What the fuck's that other guy's name? Telomere's guy. What's his name?
Lucas Werner. The guy I was mentioning.
Lucas Werner. Yeah. He's like a football field away from self-awareness at all times.
Do you? That's the
guy that,
incel guy who wants girls of age.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
No, he doesn't say of age though. He just wants.
He does sometimes says of age. Other times he doesn't. He doesn't even
sometimes. Go. He's not compulsive about it like Cobes.
Yeah, he's kind of the mask is now on like hanging off. It's not even hanging off on an ear. It's actually on the floor now, and he's just staring at the mask. He's wondering what it used to be for.
I see you have a bookmark for Exoprimal.
Hence why we're talking. Yeah, we'll look at that in a minute. Let's watch something positive before we get into it, because there's been some good stuff and some good bad stuff this week. So let's look at something random.
Accidental
squad.
Gotcha.
It's like, how do you not know that's a trap? Come
Wow.
on.
Oh, what's the problem? What do you go?
It's like,
You know what? Personally, I'm just glad Janie found somebody she can get along with.
Aww. Actually, looks like Cadigarus. Does anyone know who Cadigarus looks like? He looks the spitting image of him.
No.
He used to do video game reviews for like PlayStation games back in like 5-10 years ago. He still
I like
does.
the fact that I like the fact that he really enjoys Kid Icarus, but he doesn't know how to pronounce it.
Cadigarus. I never found out what the name was. But
That was
yeah,
a great game, though.
yeah, I vaguely remember it. Let's bring it up. I remember the character. Doesn't they show it in
It's the Angel
Smash?
Kid. Yeah, he's in
Yeah,
Smash. Yeah,
yeah. I remember this kid.
It had such catchy music. Like, it was a really good game for its day.
I do not trust this. I am sorry.
No,
I do not trust that one.
No.
No.
Why did you click on that? Why did you?
No. No.
dangerous.
Lev,
That
Lev,
seems
what are you
borderline.
doing?
That seems
Do not
borderline.
share-
Stop clicking on these
Genesis
things while
your
you're
own
streaming.
Hey, and
Click on
nothing.
those things after the stream.
Oh no! Now you find out. I guess the Dark Master was. I guess the Dark Master was right about me all along.
Seriously though, like you could accidentally get something on screen that could get you.
That
back.
is 100% true. But I mean, we all saw that picture in the corner. We're like, what the fuck?
And we would not have clicked on it.
All right. No, I need to find out. Is that an official box art? Because if that is, what the
No.
fuck?
I don't think it was. Although, to be honest, I don't think the official one was much better.
It says European packaging artwork, so I would assume that it is.
No, not that. The one from previous,
Yeah.
not this one. This one, yeah, that is classic.
The previous one, obviously not. No.
Yeah,
No.
Don't you ever, like, missed the era of when, like, the box art on the game showed you nothing about the game whatsoever?
And it was such a background noise as well.
I do remember playing Mega Man 1. Yes.
Oh, it was like
Him
Where
holding
Mega Man
a
was
gun?
just like
Oh,
a guy
yeah.
wearing a suit of armor and holding a pistol.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
the old
And a
artwork.
robot whose arm was a gun.
Yeah, and then they wasn't that the original idea for it, and then they were like, wait a minute, why don't we make it like this? And then they made the obviously classic.
But this was an actual very fun game, though.
Yeah, I recognize it. I'm not going to pretend I played it, but I mean, like, it was.
I definitely did.
I've never
was hard.
played Kid Icarus, but I mean,
But then again, it was NES.
Mm.
Yeah.
The phrase NES difficult exists for a reason.
Alright, so fun fact, the first game I ever played in my entire life was Top Gun, so that's what I learned about video games.
Nice.
Oh, that's a shame. I'm amazed you played any other video games after that.
Yeah, I know, right?
You're like, oh, this is what video games are like. I think I'll keep going.
I mean, how could it be harder? Like, at that point, it can only go up.
Right, you hit the rock bottom. Well, actually, let's be honest here. Since then, there's been a lot of rock bottoms. Life of Black Tiger comes to mind. That was your first game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Didn't AVPN do, like, an entire episode about that one?
Maybe?
I only know about that game because of Jim Sterling.
Same. Life would be bad if Black Tiger was I, or my children. Like, that was the dialogue. They could put that into the trailer for the goddamn that year's like first quarter expo. Like, oh my god. Everyone actually apparently the owner does have some sort of like dirt on Sony, and they use it to flex, because anytime someone asks, someone in PR goes like, listen, we don't really talk about Life of Black Tiger, okay? Whenever you see that creator, you just look the other way. You put them in, you don't talk about it for more than that's required, and you get on with it, all right? Because they made multiple ones. They made a version of what's it? Not Sakura. Ghost of Tsushima. They made a knockoff version of that, and it was just an open air void of nothing. where every
With
once in a while
one dragon in it.
yeah,
or something.
that looked like it was taken from like a Unity asset store or something. It was
You
so...
have to run for like half an hour to find anything to fight.
And you can run on the water because you were never expected to get that far. So you can just walk out on the water. Had this
why
one.
that guy continues making stuff because it's always trash.
Like I said, he has something on Sony. Like it's a running theme in the Sony community that like apparently.
Yeah, but still, why does he bother doing it at all?
I think he's
so
one of those
bad.
psychopaths that thinks that like if they keep believing they're good, they're actually going to count as good. Which I think we all know is that's not how the world works. I'm looking at you, Tommy Wiseau. But
until you make it, come on.
now there's fake until you're making it, and then there's faking it until like the whole world is booing you. That literally the mountains are moving you to get you off the stage. Like literally, the earthquake is starting, so you'd actually be shuffled off a stage, and then you're still like, no, I'm actually a really good talent. You just wait and see. You know, like, Also helps that my dad is super rich and has something on the Sony company, so I can blackmail them indefinitely.
So are we about to see Joe Rogan beat the shit out of Ben Shapiro? Because that's what I would like to have happen.
You haven't seen this clip? It's a couple of weeks old now, so I was worried that it was a bit old.
I've seen the picture of this clip. I haven't actually watched it.
I get it, Joe. My sister Abigail Shapiro has ginormous milkers.
She does! It's nice that someone else says it!
They're nice, but they're not ginormous.
They are now! Have you seen her pregnant? Oh my fucking Christ!
Pregnant. Now that she's pregnant, yeah, obviously.
Those things are terrifying, even by my standards.
I get it. People want to...
That's because they're attached to a Shapiro. That's why they're terrifying.
There's a truth, I'll admit, there is a truth to that. But even if I didn't know who the hell this woman was, I was like, that woman's back must be in agony! Like...
People want to...
Also, whoever this is, they're doing a great impersonation of Shapiro's voice.
I get it. But God clearly said, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Or my sister's ridiculous breasts. Okay? I get it, Joe. My sister Abigail Shapiro has ginormous milkers.
I like that little nom face.
Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom. And it's not meant to be... He's not even motorboating. He's just basically sucking. He just has a mommy fetish, and it's for his own sister. How's that for Freudian?
Also, it's very in character for him, though.
Oh!
Know what sex is like.
Well, wet-ass P-word, right?
Yeah.
Oh!
I still just love the day he dropped the fact that he can't get his wife wet.
And considering she's the only one he's ever been with,
I don't-
that he'd have no idea that other women
you don't
have.
come back. Yeah, you can't come back from that. Like, once you drop that line, you're just done. Just give up.
Yep.
Is at this point, he might as well just become a. I was gonna say a monk, but what would be the Jewish equivalent?
Go get a job in like a hot dog factory or something, because that's like about all you're gonna get.
Just stare at thousands of phallic symbols every day going into tubes and being like,
is there a
"Oh, this makes me think about something, but I don't know what."
is there a title for the? Is there a title for the Jew? I think in Israel, I think it is. They have a cast of people who like they're not allowed to work ever. Everybody else has to support them, and they've got like the weird fake press-on hair.
Oh, you could Hasidic Jews.
Those guys are the Jewish equivalent of monks.
That's right, and there are actually Jewish nuns as well that are heavily inspired by the Catholic nuns, but they are also their own unique thing. But
imagine being inspired by anything Catholic.
Yeah, I say as I'm having a drink in Ireland. Anyway, before we get going, this happened more or less. Well, was it today? Yes, it was today. So I thought this would be interesting. If you remember the Jussie Smollett stuff, he got sentenced, and he actually got sentenced for jail time, which was very odd.
Did they give him an additional 5 years for trying to?
Not
pretend
years.
That's a real name that he's got.
Oh, come on.
Jesse is not a real name.
Oh, all right. I'll take that one. But the small. I think you're going for Smollett, and I'm like, Smollett's fine.
No, Smollett's fine.
Yeah,
It's Jesse I've got a problem with.
Yeah. So he got a 30-month
Maybe it's
probation
Jesse.
and 150 days for staging of hate crime against himself. And do you know who was
150 days.
Well,
It's
that's
not what
actually
I wanted, but I'll take it as a win anyway.
yeah. We were
Better than
actually
nothing.
most of us were thinking he was going to get community service. And do you know who wanted to be lenient on him at the last minute? Samuel L. Jackson. Fuck you, Samuel. It doesn't work like that. No. Like, I love the guy, but he's not going to turn around and be like his white knight at the last minute. Didn't mean to make that immediate. I should say his knight in shining armor. There. But
the phrase was fine. You're making it awkward by apologizing.
that's very true. I recant my apology. But like everyone, if anyone doesn't remember, because it has been, wasn't too long ago, but a lot of stuff has happened since then. He basically was pretty big in, was it Empire? Was that the show he was in?
Yes, that was. Yep.
And I think to get more attention to himself, he basically hired two guys to, in front of a security camera, quote unquote, tie him up and beat him while wearing MAGA hats. And later on, it turns out that they were two guys from like Somalia that he paid a bunch of money to do, just so he gets some clout.
You forgot the noose that they put around his neck
that
he's
he
still wearing
when the police arrived. Yep. And that's actually what tipped off the cops. They were like, this isn't how this goes. We've seen a few of these. And let's be honest here, some of the cops were like, we've been in a part of a few.
Oh, alright, so like, the story goes, if I remember, that it was like 2 in the morning and he was walking to get Subway sandwiches at that hour. And like, first of all, no.
In Chicago? Yeah, no.
None of that story adds up in the slightest. Like, you tell me that, I'm gonna instantly disbelieve whatever comes after that. So
he's wealthy enough to have gotten DoorDash, okay? If he wanted sandwiches, he could have had sandwich brought to him.
And a better sub. Like who's making I'm a famous actor on TV money and eat Subway.
Right? There has to be like this old like Italian family around the corner he has on like on retainer at all times to make these sandwiches for him. But instead, no, like he doubled down. And then of course he got off at first because people were like, oh, that's racist and bad. And then people were like, no, get him back into the courtroom and answer the following questions. And he couldn't answer them, so yeah. Also ordered someone to pay 120,000 and fined him an extra 25,000, which his money is drying up, so that will hit him a lot more than say someone a bit bigger.
What does this judge have to say here at the bottom? Like this looks.
This is premeditated to the extreme. Yep, you destroyed your
I like
life.
the line above that.
Profound, arrogant, selfish, and narcissistic. Yep, 100%.
You did damage to real hate crime victims, and that's really the thing.
Yeah,
like
that's the biggest problem with this. Yeah,
he's fucking fueling like the ridiculous divide that exists in the United States.
If it wasn't for that, this would have been just like
it's bad.
Somebody doing a stupid publicity stunt. It's actually
more
causing
than
harm.
bad enough as is. But like, we don't need people actively faking this shit to make it somehow worse.
Right, and what's more, he did it for so selfish reasons. He didn't do it to be like, see, I brought a light to whatever. That wouldn't have made it better. But at least he'd be like, well, at least his heart was in the right place. No, he did it to fucking boost his career. Like, he thought...
Victimhood, like, there's power in victimhood. Like, it's sad because, like, it detracts from all the legitimate victims. But, like, a lot of people seek victimhood because there's a legitimate power to it. And you get a lot of attention and people just fucking listen to you.
True, but there is a weird limit that if you are really a victim, you seldom fucking go down the path, but some people do, and it ends up backfires on it, and it's like, hey, now I'm a victim, I can point my finger. J.K. Rowling, who's someone we're going to look in a minute, was indeed a victim in her early year, and I'm never going to like not deny that, or say Anna Sarkeesian, she was a victim. Look what she did with that victimhood. She took it all to the wrong places.
This actually reminds me, along the lines of the native Sarkeesian thing, there was a video that Sargon actually posted the other day that was actually kind of funny, where he is, he's talking about this sort of thing where, like, SJW types or, people who want to act like victims will make up shit, like this exact story, right? But he called his video, Demand for Racism Outstrips Supply. Story about somebody who's describing some sort of racist incident against her that was completely fake.
Yeah, I'm.
People want
This is what I'm saying though. Is people like Sargon or like say Tim Pool or Matt Walsh or Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes or Ben Shapiro, all the right wing lunatics, they are going to basically jump on this shit. This is a free meal for them.
Oh, it absolutely did. Yep.
Yeah, and like you said, this is gonna hurt real victims because the next, I guarantee, like the next day after this piece of shit was discovered to be lying out of his ass, someone actually called in and said, "Hey, so I was walking home from work and someone fucking sided me with like a 6-pack of beer and then ran away, called me the N-word, and he's actually in hospital while he's saying it." And people are like, "Yeah, whatever, buddy. Okay, I guess you watch the news too, huh?" It's just yeah. No, fuck him. 150.
Another note. He's actually got a video just from today as well. That's about our main topic that we're going to get to in a little bit.
Vaush.
He's got one that says J.K. Rowling discovers Vaush, and then his thumbnail says it went exactly as you expect.
Yeah.
I haven't watched that yet, so I don't know what he actually has to say about it.
I'm not gonna make judgment calls, but yeah, I can kind
I
of.
don't care a lot.
I've kind of come to hate the term like SJW. I just like, I think of them just as like cry bullies. That's really what it is.
Yeah, that is what it is. Well, that's why the term SJW has turned into basically a mocking term, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like.
It doesn't mean that this person is fighting for equality. It means that you think you're acting like you're fighting for equality.
There is a fine line, though. Because people
baby.
in all fairness, there is a fine line between that and then you can go off and be like, "Oh, all the pink-haired liberals who want to teach our kids how to be trans." No. You take that attitude and you stop. You stop way before that. Like you stop way before that.
Yeah, it's not a unique thing to like the left or the right. Like they both fucking do the same shit in reverse of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the right is just usually because of just the way the world works, usually more likely to be in power. So they're the ones that can actually put like the "Don't Say Gay" bill and shit like that.
That's why we have to be careful about using our terms accurately. Like you get people who get caught in the trap of everybody who disagrees with me is a fascist or whatever. Like
Vaush does that, but I've watched him enough now that it really does go up against a lot of. Now here's the thing: sometimes though, he does kind of get lazy and just kind of blanket terms it.
Wait, sorry, hold on. Back up a step. Which he are we talking about right now? Because I wasn't talking about anybody specific.
Vaush.
Oh, okay.
Because Vaush does do that a lot. The thing is, I've watched enough now that he does go up against a lot of fascists and a lot of outright people who are like, "Yeah, I'm a Nazi, I'm proud of it," and they're like, "Oh,
remember that time that he was debating somebody on DP once? He just yelled Nazi at him 50 times.
Oh, that was Ethan Ralph.
Yeah, wait.
I thought he was wrong, but it was funny.
Well, Ethan did kind of threaten to dox him on
yeah, he was so shit-faced, and I think his girlfriend was just off screen.
Who threatened to dox who?
Ethan Ralph threatened to dox Vaush like on.
Okay,
DP's
yeah, that makes
live
sense.
stream.
Yeah,
that sounds like something Ethan Ralph would do. Yeah.
And you know what? Every one of these conversations, always, except for one with Sargon early on in his career, they all turn out positive for Vaush, including this one with JK, because people will check them out and then be like, "Oh, okay, I guess I shouldn't have judged them before checking them out."
And it's not often that the white guy that like is said the N-word is the one that comes out.
Right?
That's such a ridiculous.
It's weird that we like such a big old pedophile like Vaush.
It's just, I don't know. A lot of the times, it's just the people that he's talking to.
On that note, how's PewDiePie doing these days?
Not as well as he once was.
Like I was gonna say, like one of the reasons I get away from the term SJW a lot and go to cry bully, it's a lot more politically neutral. I think. Like you say SJW, people think like, oh, you mean like the left or whatever. Like no, I'm fucking against like people who just can't like stop thinking with that or think about things logically rather than just like from a perspective of what's going to give me the most power for my team. Like fuck principles.
Right. This whole team thing to begin with.
Yeah, it's
I don't take a team
tribalism bullshit.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at this though. Vaush woke up to Reuters calling him up and asking, "Were you in Kharkov saving a bunch of kids because of this?"
Yeah.
It was just fucking
Because of
hilarious.
the forehead.
Because of this picture. This was when he was going to go to Tim Pool. He was actually he did a live stream in DC at the time. During some of the heaviest shellings in the city of Kharkiv, former primary school teacher Ivan Kuczynski has been traveling throughout the city and taking care of unaccompanied minors. Locals have started calling him the Kharkov Kid Finder for his seemingly supernatural ability to find young boys who don't have anybody protecting them. So Vaush is eating a sandwich and someone calls him up and goes, "Hey, this is gonna sound weird, but..." And he's like, "No, I'm playing with my cats and I'm about to do a stream where I'm probably going to raise a couple of 100,000 for Ukraine. So, yeah, no, I'm not there right now." So they had to kind of had to rescind it, but there's so many great pictures of people deleting their tweets going, "See, we told you, he went out to Ukraine to find little oh, it's fake, delete."
This reminds me so much of the thing going on over at DP, the Pig of Kiev thing.
Yeah. There were a couple different ones because apparently people were making fake CNN accounts where it was like CNN like Afghan or like CNN Ukraine or whatever.
Yeah.
Just post like all this shit. And there's a couple different people they did it to. It was fucking hilarious.
Let's get into the meat of it. Seeing that that was just one thing I completely forgot. I didn't realize we'd have so much about my daddy today. But the controversy over Harry Potter order, J.K. Rowling's International Women's Day tweet, has spilled over into Amigo Vespucci Day. Okay, that's a weird American focus thing, but alright.
Okay.
Can you pause for just a second?
Yeah.
I just love this for the next sentence here. On Tuesday, Rowling shared a tweet that some users found transphobic. Well, that would be a first for her, wouldn't it?
Her posting anything transphobic? Maybe she should talk about how much it's strange being wealthy. Huh?
Can we do a quick fair or foul because they mentioned that it was Amerigo Vespucci? Does anybody fucking know what that is or like?
I think they were just looking for something a little different. They were like, think of something real quick. Look at the calendar. What's going on?
Say that. Would anyone know that?
That is a really weird statement because, like, first of all, what the hell even is that? And second of all, why did they feel the need to mention it?
I know what it is for. It's 1959. Rockefeller declared it a holiday. Jesus Christ.
I still have to go to work on that day, so it's not a fucking holiday. All right, there you go. So
sounds right to me.
Anyone who doesn't know, the gist is basically this. Rowling tweeted something about a new reform bill that would allow people who want to change their gender to do it so a little easier, and she basically said that was horrible and you're all a bunch of rapists for doing so. Not in those exact same words. In fact, her tweet should be around here somewhere. But what happened was Vaush was like, it's kind of weird that a woman who is like a billionaire thinks that she has any right to complain about being a victim. And Rowling saw it and ran with it. And Vaush ran with it. And it's been a war since.
Scroll up for 1 second because it actually had his quote here. All J.K. Rowling had to do was shut the fuck up. And she's been almost uncritically beloved for like a century.
Yeah, women, because it was on International Women's Day, and a lot of Vaush's fans don't like him now because he was being ironically sexist. And his response is, if you don't know who I am at this point, why are you watching me? I don't think you're even mentally okay with watching me. I think I make you sad. Why are you watching me? Like, go for your own mental sake.
That's a great point.
Right?
Bring up this, like, the point of just, if you are fucking, like, you know, if you have millions of dollars.
Billions. She's a billionaire.
Yeah, why the fuck do you, like, feel the need, like, the world has to know whatever your personal take on politics is? Like, really? Like, what are you adding to the fucking conversation? Like, is she like an expert on gender relations? Is that why
she's a TERF? Yes, that's how she thinks.
Look, of course she is an expert on gender relations. She has a gender.
Like, are we gonna fucking start calling Kanye West every time we have, like, you know, conversations about foreign policy or something? Like,
people do.
We care.
There
Why
are
do we
people who
care
do
what
think that.
celebrities think about this shit. Like,
Speaking
are
of,
they qualified to talk about? Like, I don't get it.
hold on, I've got. I actually got involved in the conversation real quickly, but I have to scroll down because there's a lot of crazy ass shit here. Let me find. Where is it? Because there was like tons of it, but I've been busy over the last few hours. So I posted a response, and it was very. Oh my god! It couldn't have been that far back, could it? Could it have been that far back? Where's all the fucking messages?
Maybe
Okay.
the tweet was deleted. I don't know.
Oh, it's
Try
possible.
Control F.
I don't want to do that. Oh, here we go. Here.
Oh, that's the one.
There. So here's my response to all this. This is what Socked on Left said, and I retweeted this, and I got a few likes myself, but I'm like, just go to Socked on Left and like, but don't just like someone's tweet. Go and actually to the tweet and like it. Second most popular socialist, most notorious transphobe. Please do not pull both sides or bad nonsense. Amen to that. J.K. Rowling coming after Vaush is the most almighty let them fight I've ever seen. Like, some people... I said this down here, look, no joke, I've seen people side against you when you throw shades at Nazis because they dislike you. I've seen this on why did it have to be him? He's going up against the most scumbaggy people in the world, but because they don't like him. They're like, no, I don't want him to represent me. Fuck you, he's doing a better job than you are. He's doing a way better job than you ever could be, or me. He's clearly equipped for this. Support him and give him money to fucking give him money to his massive charity that he just finished, where he raised was it 317? Let's see, what was it? Here we go. 308, nearly 319 over 26 hours.
I mean, that's like legitimately more than I've ever fucking done for the world, so I can't be mad at him for that.
That's
Right?
awesome.
But people are still putting both sides' arguments. Not against Ukraine, but against Vaush and JK. Like, dude, what the fuck?
Also,
Like,
was he did like a 24-hour stream or something? Is that what?
a 26-hour stream, and it was all Elden Ring, and he loved it so much after.
Can you imagine being awake for 26 hours, but not only that, but also playing Elden Ring the entire time?
And having to engage in the chat and dealing with this JK shit.
I mean, I once did a contest where on an MMO
exhausting.
where I was up for 36 hours competing against someone. So, yeah, it is exhausting.
Oh, his voice was just...
Like, streaming on top of that, my god, that's got to be just, like, the fucking...
He actually had to respond to videos.
The amount of fucking effort it takes.
Oh, dude, he responded to videos.
Playing an MMO is way less demanding on you than playing fucking Elden Ring.
Yeah.
The game was hard.
You're playing a harder game, and you're streaming at the same time, and it's like, okay, just...
Yeah.
You know how
I
good...
don't know how much more difficult it could
Absolutely
be.
exhausted by the end of this thing.
And yet today he woke up and he said, I'm not going to stream today. I think I've done enough. I'm going to play more... He started a new character and he's going to play more Elden Ring. That's it. He loves the game so much.
I mean,
That's fair because he's doing it off camera, and he's starting a new character, so he's in the easy part of the game.
Yeah.
I love this thumbnail. It's the patron saint of Ukraine, but she's holding an anti-tank gun.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, you can't be the patron saint of Ukraine without doing that. So
Damn right.
The only way it could be better is if there was like a captured Russian tank there.
I think we have some footage of. There's plenty of it. There's plenty of Captain footage.
There is that
there should
one
be a picture
person.
of the president with an AK right next to her.
There was like a TikTok of somebody who like
Ooh.
captured a fucking Russian like vehicle. Of some
With
kind.
his
It was
with
just,
his
like,
tractor. Have you seen
They were
that?
just showing like, here's how you operate all the controls. In
We
this
have it.
tank or whatever.
We have that somewhere. Is it this young lady? Oh no, this is an old one. This is an old Karen video I should have gotten rid of a while back. Yeah, I know the one. It's on here somewhere, so I guess we'll just go through it. But there's this footage that Dylan Burns posted, and I don't know if it's okay for YouTube. It involves a bunch of... It's from the body cams of Russian soldiers walking in an open field... surrounded by an open field on a highway, and they just get mowed down. And you know what they do? They keep on walking towards the bullets because they're not trained to do anything else. They're just terrified. They weren't expected to be shot at. Like it's insane, but I don't know if I can show it because, well, yeah, a lot of people are dying. So I want to see if I can. There's Melpov. Oh, this is something we can show. This is something we can show. This is an overview of heavy artillery and tank fighting that occurred between Russian and Ukrainian forces during the failed Russian offensive into a town north of Kiev.
Что?
This person has some weird random capitalization going on.
Look at this! They're lined up like it's a fucking parade.
Yeah, that is weird.
I'm not a soldier.
Not the best. Look, I'm not a tactician by any means, but like that can't possibly be the best way to distribute your tanks here.
Сейчас как
You want to
разберётся.
spread out a little bit more than that.
And once they're shot, what do? They don't even fire back. Look what they do. They run away. They don't know what to do. Probably the tank drivers are probably like 20, and they have like no idea. Never been told what happens if the enemy fires back. Like, what the fuck do? You just put it in reverse and drive away. Like, you don't know what the fuck to do. How many?
This is honestly the most confusing war I've ever witnessed.
It's actually the most. It's the most complicated war in our lifetimes. There hasn't been a war. Even the war in Afghanistan and Iraq was entirely lopsided.
Complicated in the sense that nobody knows what they're doing and everything's going wrong.
Yeah, Ukraine.
Like-
Ukraine is kind of like a bunch of militias held together by our weapons, and they're
Oh, you know what?
our big blundering idiots from like the 1980s who haven't.
Imagine like Vladimir Putin was not a complete fucking imbecile. Like maybe
Yeah.
the Russian army could actually, they had the resources. They could have been trained well. They could have had good, tactics. They could have had good equipment, but no. They just apparently their army just sucks because like nobody knows what.
Did you see? Did you see the dictator of Belarus uploaded a live stream where he was pointing at a map of how Ukraine will be divided and taken over, and it's literally their battle plan. He was showing it to the whole world without realizing that he was just basically everyone. Like they were talking about like these
Two
new
guns.
two
Go on,
gods, two gods. Flooding.
Guns, no ammo. That's just the Russian army, isn't it?
No, more like two bullets, barely one gun.
Now, two guns could probably take on the entire Russian military.
He could at least hold a well-defended location for a few
Yeah.
days, you know?
He's got two empty guns he can throw at them, which is better than what they're doing.
The fucking 17-year-old holding the barely held together Kalashnikov will run away in fear. You know, like, and he should run back to his fucking mother. Damn child.
Or they'll surrender immediately without a single shot fired because they don't want to be there in the first place.
Yeah, so much footage of them going up on stage, in front of cameras, being like, "We were told Nazis were here. We told we'd be given flowers. That girls would have sex with us." Like it's just instead there's footage of like whole towns shaming the one soldier who was sent in to like secure the place. The rest of his team just got mauled. There are whole areas that are like full of Ukrainian special forces that are just like death traps, including to the Spetsnavs. When they go in, they don't come back out. It's like, and they control the sky too. Like it's just a slaughter. It is such a Russia will never. It's like the Winter War all over again. You think Russia would have learned its lesson after 2 wars like that, but no. They actually thought they would have already taken over by now. The war would be finished. We would still be running around like with our heads up our asses going, what's going on? Oh, well.
Honestly, at this rate, it almost seems plausible that like Ukraine could just take over Russia because like it just seems to really suck.
The war almost is finished because Russia is failing that badly.
He'll have to get some sort of face out of it, and I guarantee it's going to be something that he can't hold anyway. But you know what? We laugh, but a lot of people... Little Roo. A lot of people are dying. Unlike this Roo who's going into Mommy's pouch, except that's not Mommy. Well, I suppose it can be. Aww.
That is cute as hell.
There's 2 kangaroos.
I hope he walks around with that Roo in his pouch for the rest of the day. I just love the fact that this actually worked.
Don't forget, guys, that we have shots for donos. Any donos given tonight will result in shots. I have some Beefeater's Blood Orange. And Magicus, what are you drinking?
Oh,
This is my good old standby coconut Malibu.
Ah, good old-fashioned Malibu. You can't go wrong with that.
coconut's nice.
It's
But
so,
do you
it's
think,
so good for mixing tropical drinks.
Do you think more kangaroo Nikarumis or whatever they're called, these things, get sold in Australia more than anywhere else?
I'd hope so. I'd hope there'd be like days where it was like wear your kangaroo overall sort of things to work. But then in the weather in Australia, oh, that would be a nightmare. You better have like literally.
I know there's a
nothing
term for
on
those things.
underneath.
My brain was jumbling it up.
Weirdest moment this
Nikarumi or something like that.
Oh yeah.
It's always great when the
Oh, this
that
guy.
that sounds, by the way, like it could go into a very fun or a very racist place very quickly. Nikarumi.
Before we watch this, know that somebody's like probably lots of people have jerked off to this video that we're about to watch.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it is literal vor.
Including the guy in the suit.
And do you know what else?
Yeah.
I'm going to say it now. Probably the girl, too. It was a new discovery for her after she watched her feet go down. She was like, oh, wow, could you send that to my phone?
Some cheerleaders get together. Whoa!
Nom, 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 nom. Engulfed.
That's
That's not right.
here in Nashville. We have been assured by the Tennessee Titans that all the cheerleaders are okay.
And some want to go back for round 2. Including the passing.
It's Kigurumi is what they're called.
All right. Ooh, this is someone we established earlier. Good old real life Peter Griffin.
I love
Oh
this
yeah,
guy.
this guy's great.
Fantastic.
Hi guys, we're like Peter Griffin here. You know what really grinds my gears? Streaming. And I'm not talking about Netflix.
the
where
voice
you
so
pretend to watch
well.
Cobra Kai while you're making macaroni sounds with somebody's daughter.
Sounds like
Turned out that this guy was-
like wet macaroni. Good. That means you're doing your fucking
What if it
job
turned
right.
out that- What if it turned out that this guy is the person who actually does Peter Griffin's voice in the cartoon?
I mean, I kind of
What's
want
it?
him to be.
Unfortunately, sadly, it is indeed Seth MacFarlane.
I would have believed it though.
Congratulations, they turned playing video games into a free
Maybe Seth met him years ago and was like, "You don't have a good legal counsel, do you?" No, why? No reason. Then there's a bunch of suits just before he... Think fast, huh? They throw him a big pile of money. There, haha, you picked some up. That counts.
freaking job.
That feels like if that happened though, Family Guy would have actually did a cutscene based on it.
I haven't watched more modern Family Guy, so I'm guessing they probably have.
I don't know for sure that they haven't.
That is true. It could be in Cutaway Land.
This is the worst timing ever. I was just about to get started on my OnlyFans. So I'm sitting here with my
Oh my god, she's even got the right outfit on too.
Yeah, they all dress up the
These
same.
guys do a great job. Oh, and I'm loving the fact that the Stewie plushie is to scale, proper size.
Also, they have a baby sometimes on screen. They dress him up as like in real life Stewie, which is a nice touch.
How? Am I doing this right, Lois?
Take off your shirt.
Oh, okay.
Take it off, Peter.
That's a
Stop crying. All right, there you go. Slower.
slower. My cousin Vinny flashbacks right now.
I mean, it's designed to make your stream look better, but what the hell? Something always goes wrong. You can't read your chat messages, your microphone gets unplugged. I mean,
This
what the...
Streamlabs sucks.
And then I tried to play my
Can confirm.
PlayStation on the computer, and they told me I needed an Elgato capture card, but I don't see how this helps. It's very
Nah.
cool, and it's cuddly, but it doesn't help at
Aw.
all.
Cat looks stoned as fuck.
There's no real support system out
A
there
cat
for
looks
treating
almost
them
as
like
stoned
your
as
people.
Shabisky's cat.
Luckily for me, I found these cool guys.
Shabby's cat, I'm surprised, can still remember how to breathe. Like, it's just... it's just barely able to remember how to do the most simplistic tasks.
Sitting up there strange
That
to look.
that is a well
I mean, damn
hotboxed
it, I'm
cat.
a gamer, not a graphic designer. I don't know how to do this crap. I gotta say though, it is fun playing video games with my friends all the time, but for the last damn time, I am not playing Fortnite. And that's what grinds my gears.
Good man.
Damn right. Take a stand on what matters. This is why he's my only source of news. This elephant couldn't enjoy itself anymore. How do we know? They're trapped behind their inability to speak. Still, that does look really
this
comfy.
elephant does look pretty goddamn happy.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It's probably fantastically happy. Though it is doing us a good old-fashioned spready, right, Dad? Not the elephant
It's,
spready.
This is the elephant's bidet.
Show like elephant tits on screen. Yeah, get that going.
Get that butt hosed out.
Only trunks. Oh, it's just vibing. Oh, there was sound to it. Well, that changes things. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get it right there in the crevices. Right there in the creeps. Maybe not so much into those crevices. Okay. This is still a family show. No, it's not. We sell cryptocurrency here now.
Whoa! You didn't tell me that.
You'll stare at the elephant vagina, but the second we talk about crypto,
No, look, I have a line, okay? Elephant tits and elephant badge, like I can handle that. But as soon as you tell me you start fucking selling NFTs or starting your own crypto project, I'm out. So.
Look, there not be a single bored ape here today is all I'm saying.
And I saw JoJo's one earlier that I posted up on the Discord, and oh my god, they were ugly. They were so fucking ugly.
That's because it's JoJo's and bored ape.
Right?
These are both ugly things combined together.
Now here's a game that I'm not gonna lie, my child part of me was like, yay!
Is everybody ready for EDF but with dinosaurs?
Hello, viewers. I am Ivy, the android.
From the bearded,
Thirsting over Ivy already.
for the bearded ramblings, the thumbnail.
It took me about exactly 0.03 seconds to know that people have already jacked off to this robot.
Yeah, exactly.
Hell, they jacked off to the girl from the phone store from a few months back. Do you remember the really bland-looking girl with the brown hair? And they're like,
I don't remember that.
yeah, she was like the most throwaway fucking character, and people were like, "Mommy," and like, just what? Okay.
So you're saying it was a perfectly COVID reaction?
Hey, what we did in the lockdown will never be described, not even by perverts decades later, who were like, I remember what I did to all those pumpkins. No one else does, but people were wondering why the Harvest Festival had to be cancelled.
Hey, the texture is almost perfect. Okay.
And they're smiling the whole time. if they're jack-o'-lanterns anyway.
Area have been evacuated, and a team of exo fighters has been dispatched.
Dispatch.
A vortex warning has been issued. Please remain indoors.
This is the future that Biden wants, and I can't wait for it.
This is like Warframe versus dinosaurs.
Right? This
But
is how Anthem should have been. Dinosaurs versus robots.
Game looks so weird. I hope there's environmental destruction.
Me too. I hope you can knock down whole buildings, like the whole thing,
Yeah,
like Mercenaries. Do you remember
be-
Mercenaries?
You mean like EDF?
No. I was just gonna say, if you're gonna go EDF, go full EDF.
Yeah.
You can't be like, we're like EDF, but not entirely.
I make a sense of this situation.
You've been living inside the chief directors for 2 years.
All I wanted was to be
Cloudy with a chance of raptors.
IDS's latest dinosaur forecasts add exosuit technology.
When you give a 12-year-old a script, sometimes they'll make art.
Are they really saying here that like there were like 10,000 dinosaurs roaming the city, and none of them managed to kill one human?
That's just how the defenders are.
Although
Although, I gotta say, what kind of world are you living in when you have such a thing as dinosaur forecasts?
a world where a very cool world, basically very nearby the same universe as the Pacific Rim universe.
It's a Jurassic World.
Oh, you got a shot for that.
Yeah.
I'll also do. I'll also do.
Finds a way.
I'll also do it for. Really good dad jokes. But you can't force them. They have to come naturally.
I still just find it really surreal that a YouTuber I watch actually got to hang out with Jeff Goldblum to talk about a Jurassic Park video game together.
Ooh.
That was so weird.
Dude, it's Overwatch without the porn, but give it time and that'll happen too.
Yeah, it's Overwatch EDF. Dino Crisis.
With the aesthetics of Warframe.
Well, no, actually, the mechs look kind of cool, so it's not Warframe.
So what? This is
some of them could look really good.
Warframe is hideous. It's so ugly.
Like Turok meets Halo going on here.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think of Turok. Yeah.
Master Chief, Dinosaur Hunter.
I want them to be led by someone called like General Dino, and he has one robotic eye, and he's like a lizard person. It's like
and he's chewing on a cigar.
Yeah. You sent me into the vortex thinking I'd never come back. Well, I did, and I brought friends.
Friends. One of those guys that he's permanently got a cigar in his mouth, but it's never lit.
He's always chewing it more than anything. It's always like this tiny little nub.
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
that doesn't look pleasant.
It doesn't, and I can already picture Critical playing it with his friends on like his streams when he gets eaten for the first time. He's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, fine." No. The first time around, he'll be like, "Fine," but then like the fifth or sixth time, we're like, "No!" That'll be when he does the no. You need to build up for the no. No. I just had it. Oh, of course, yeah. Now we have to go back to the loading screen. Yeah, okay. Yeah, fine.
We rate dogs.
Ooh.
Did
Where?
we rate dogs on that place?
Yes.
You were literally pointing to it when I said it.
Yes, we rate. Yes, I remember this. This is Muffin. Didn't want to alarm you, but she's in fact floating away. Really appreciate the assistance. 14 out of 10.
That one's not Muffin.
Oh shit!
That's Muffin.
That's
Come on, Muffin.
Bye.
Come on,
Bye.
Muffin.
Hi, Muffin.
Okay, I'm coming.
I believe
Nice
in
to know
you,
you.
Muffin.
Keep paddling.
I believe
Keep
that
paddling.
you're strong.
You're fine. You're fine.
Aw.
Good job. Sorry, baby.
What a cutie.
Muffin was very, very scared.
Well,
That,
Muffin should have been scared because Muffin almost went bye-bye.
Muffin went down
that
river.
description of the tweet is actually incredibly accurate. She doesn't want to alarm you.
No, she knows that you're taking a really good picture of the other dog, and then you're like, "Oh no, I can wait. But if you have a few minutes, maybe you could, just I don't want to alarm. I don't want to, worry you or anything, but." Muffin.
The dog really was
Muffin.
this close to just being gone. Like,
Yeah.
Like Mufasa in the fucking herd scene, you know.
Whose fetish is this?
Everyone's, and we all know it. Wee. Now
there's a distinct lack of shrapnel in this car accident.
Highly inaccurate.
I just remembered from The Simpsons, Professor Frigg's Robo House, the little model. It catches fire and the little people fall out. Well, the real people won't burn quite so fast. And then someone
It wouldn't burn, just not as fast.
and then someone actually buys the house and it runs away and it falls down and sets fire exactly like on screen.
Also, I feel like I'm just waiting for when they get this product out there. I'm waiting for all the lawsuits from people who took more damage from getting crushed by these things.
Yeah,
they would have from the
they
actual
just keep expanding, like the end scene with Kira with the girlfriend. She just gets crushed alive, you know.
Haven't there been lawsuits in real life about people who've been like crushed?
Yeah,
like,
airbags.
Like their ribs caged in by the ones in like behind the steering wheel.
Yep.
Airbags. Yeah.
That has happened, and that actually creates some
This
bizarre.
seems like it's gonna be that, but worse.
That creates like a bizarre, weird sort of half and half, where some people misinterpret that and thinking that it's the seatbelt that kills you that way, and you're like, how the hell does that work? Like, does it cut into you so tightly? In which case, you're probably too heavy for the damn seat you have.
Well, I think with a lot of
that's
people
silly.
too, it's like I don't know if everyone realizes you can adjust where the seatbelt goes, like up and down on the side of the fucking car.
That's what that thing
like,
there is. That thing on the side.
I know. I didn't know that for like the first few years I owned a car. Like, wait, this thing slides up. Oh my god, it's so much better.
Oh my god, I think my mind control powers are starting to work. I was just willing him to click this link next.
I just want to imagine that I'm not the only fucking idiot out there that's never done that.
Oh no! I might have noticed a bit later than I should have, but I mean, like I thought Americans were given like car manuals to like wean on, next to like processed grease.
Yeah,
so.
But Americans are not literate, so there's...
Oh, that's true. But then it would be baby's first. It'd be like Cat in the Hat before a car, and then it'd be like, "Hey, they're trying to take away your rights to drink and drive." And it just shows Cat. It just shows Cat just getting shit faced driving. It makes you feel safe.
I don't care if people who are drunk driving cause accidents. You can't take away my freedoms.
First they took our guns away, and we said nothing. And then it comes to a guy that's drinking.
Yeah,
No,
that's a real thing.
This reminds me. So a while ago, there's this like trend on Amazon where like you get a bunch of reviews from customers about products that are fucking hilarious. And one of the ones that I really loved was this like laptop tray that connected to your steering wheel, and people were writing fucking comments about it. And like, yeah, this was great so that I could use this to line up my shots while I'm driving.
I could get up to 5 rails of coke on this thing.
Look, first they made us wear masks. Then they tried to force us to get a vaccine. Now they won't let me drive drunk.
Then they took away my shot trays for my steering wheel.
Yeah.
I thought this was America.
I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I thought this was America.
Oh, what? What? Am I not allowed to do what I want to do? I thought this was America.
My favorite one is when he's doing that in Mexico.
Yeah, I thought this was America. No.
To this day, I swear to Christ, I still see like random clips of woman complains to hotel in Mexico because there are too many Mexicans in the Mexican hotel. Like,
Yeah.
that's literally something they say in Mad Men when they're being really overtly racist in like I think season 1. They're like, I love going down to Tijuana to stay at the resorts, but did there have to be so many of those people there? Like, it's literally the same thing. Do we not learn?
Your son.
Yeah.
If I'm right though, because I didn't grow up on this, but I am aware of it enough. This is meant to be a spoof of the Beverly Hillbillies, right?
I don't know. I haven't
I
heard
don't
it
think
yet.
I've ever watched it. Like,
Well,
I can tell you, but I have to actually see it and hear it.
So, hush, everyone, except for all of those of you who wish to donate and like and share and subscribe and check the links in the description. Those can speak. The rest of us.
Yes, it is. This is definitely hillbillies.
Don Dirty Crude. Oil, that is. Black Sea Gold.
Texas tea.
Kremlin tea.
Okay.
Don't take away my yacht. Damn right.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
you know
we
what?
are.
And you know what? Before the war, we wouldn't have, because he's got a few plans that weren't really great. He was a little bit on the old, the little bit of old package under the table sort of thing. But you know what? When shit got real, he stood up for his country. So yeah,
it's like,
how many of our leaders would do that, right?
the Ukrainians kind of elected like their own version of Trump, except he ended up not sucking as a leader, and it worked out.
He wasn't lying when he said he'd fight and possibly die for his country. Like, people were like, yeah, that's what they all say. He got the opportunity, and he did.
He had like all the same fucking lines, except he wasn't lying when he said them.
Which is all the more extra weird because he was an actor. Like, he was.
It's crazy. Why couldn't we get that? My fucking god.
You know who you'd have gotten if you'd elected it and the shit would have gotten real? Arnie. Arnie would have stood in the White House. Arnie would have led from the front.
I could live with that, okay?
Right? I mean, he would have been a shit president up to that point and probably would have even caused the war in the first place. He
needs to make his next movie somehow.
Right? It would have been a documentary where he's just basically clad out in like his outfit from Predator, and he's just there in like the battle for, I don't know, fucking Portland. And he's just like mowing down Chinese troops as he's pouring it. Greatest. His face gets put next to Lincoln's. That's how big it is. Which if you.
Oh, I've seen this one too. This is fucking amazing.
Right? I only recently saw it. Can I just say though, that's a nice dress, lady. Terrible face, but nice dress.
Yeah, I was gonna say. She looks like a haunted doll.
Right? She looks like and he looks like you'd see on someone on like say In Living Color or SNL as a spoof of a black journalist. Like, he looks a little bit too suited. You know what I mean? He looks a little bit. Too Boondocks.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that because I don't want to get canceled like you're about to.
Motherfuckers, I'm adorable. Okay, I'm fine. I'm beautiful. I love you all. Especially those of us who, frankly, he also is fitting that suit out pretty well. So, good on him.
You don't know what inspectors found recently.
I don't know what this is. This is fish.
I don't know what this is. This is fish.
What?
Okay.
We don't know if it was going to be
I think it's more to the point. Well, he didn't know what it was until he pulled it closer. But also, like, why is it
On the
being
floor?
refrigerated, and why is it on the floor?
Dude, can you imagine if Gordon Ramsay showed up here?
Oh my god! Look at this.
I'm not even he looks at the actor. I'm not even acting. I want to get out of here. No, I'm not paying. I'm well enough financially. I don't need to do this. He just gets a bunch of petrol and sets the place on fire. No, trust me. Everyone out. None of you touch food. You're getting ordered in for the rest of your lives. You are not going anywhere near this. Oh my god. I'm scared now.
It's also weird, like, why the restaurant would be doing this, because this is a big piece of fish should be just letting rot on the floor. Like, what a waste of money.
Look, I will watch Gordon Ramsay fucking do anything, because, like, I love that guy.
You would love. Have you been to Heathrow Airport?
No.
Turn up the volume on these things. We can barely hear them, and I think chat can't hear it at all.
Oh, of course, my bad. In Heathrow Airport, go to find Gordon Ramsay's restaurant, right? You go into Gordon Ramsay's restaurant and they have not live, but like recorded footage of him talking at all times as he's preparing the meals that you're going to eat. Like obviously his meals are what inspires what you're going to actually eat. Standard stuff. The thing is, they're everywhere and they're looming over you without any sound. So it does feel like you're in some sort of 1984 Big Brother sort of thing. Or like the Master's Temple in Fallout 1, where it's just these silent images of Gordon Ramsay grinning at you. It's like the Temple of Ramsay at all times. It's fucking terrifying. And yet it's also kind of passable food for an airport.
79 Bird Road, inspectors recently found 110 violations here, and we saw some of the issues still exist.
Is that like a high score?
Can you just take the steak off?
Winner, not chicken dinner. Seriously, don't eat here.
Bin of raw meat was very close to that piece of fish we found on the floor. No one could tell us what was in this sink.
No, that's the wonton soup.
That's a scum surprise. Take a bite and you're gonna take a sip.
Hold on.
You wanna go back?
Can you rewind to the sink? I missed the sink.
Show him the wonton soup.
Steak on the floor. Can you just take the steak off the floor? That bin of raw meat was very close to that
Why
piece
does he
of
have to be
fish we
told
found
to
on the
take
floor.
steak off
No
the
one could
floor?
tell us what was in this sink in the.
Wow. That looks like mold.
How long has it been sitting there?
Oh,
How long has it been doing there? No.
Dishwashing area.
My
There are
stomach
three
just
full
turns
pages
just
of
looking at
violation
it.
Did you guys see right at the end there, like, right before they panned away from the sink, like some bubbles erupted out from the water?
Oh God, it's forming life.
The water. Yeah,
There are
the
three
water
full
that's
pages
not
of violation.
being touched by anybody. Like, why are there bubbles coming out of it if it's not turning into a swamp in there?
There's
Right,
probably
look,
like 20 whole
I-
chickens that were tossed in there, and now nature is just taking its course.
Look, fairly early on into my adult life, I came up with a rule, and it's don't ask questions you don't want the answer to.
That is a good rule, but I actually do morbidly want these answers.
Right?
After violation, roaches
I am
near a
never
sink
eating at this restaurant, mind you.
6 live roaches.
in a food prep table. Chicken, beef, pork, ham, dumplings, all out of temperature. The dish machine was not sanitizing. Food debris, encrusted materials.
It's like Mason's clay. What the fuck?
Somebody just took a shit all over the floor and just like used a
Soft
broom to just
serve.
push it against the wall.
Somebody did a soft serve on the floor.
To the soda guns. There was
Who wants chocolate ice cream?
The floor in general is just filthy all over the
I'm
place too.
legitimately getting sick from watching this.
We're about halfway there, so keep it up.
Well, here's the most fun.
employee
Just hold on,
smoking
pause a second. Just for an extra fun angle to all this, for people who don't already aware, I used to work in a restaurant kitchen, so like I know how things actually go in restaurants and are supposed to be, like even beyond the obvious stuff. Like obviously food shouldn't be on the floor. Obviously there shouldn't be mold in the sink, but
At this point, the sink is in the mold.
Maybe you have like temperatures and dates and stuff that are on these things, and they're like in the refrigerator when they're not in use.
there's an idea, yeah.
Just a start. Like
Maybe don't mix up. Maybe don't
restaurateur.
Maybe don't de-thaw meats and then stick them all together. Because what's salmonella? What? Manila?
Excuse me, Lev. The word is thaw, not de-thaw.
Yeah.
in a food prep
De-thawing
area.
would be
There was a-
freezing.
I imagine they have been defreezed once or twice as well. Like, oh, they're going to get bad. Throw them back into the freezer.
You know what? I'll ask when we're done.
By the way, everybody, never thaw something and then immediately put it back in the freezer again.
Yeah.
Bad. Really bad.
That is a netty no-no right there.
Negatory, good
Odor
buddy.
in the kitchen. That could be coming from this bathroom that was in the kitchen. It was full of standing water and reeked of sewage. What in the world is going on?
Somebody, there's a cigarette butt there, for fuck's sake. I've been in toilet stalls that were cleaner than this.
Yeah, look, I've
The
seen
owner
truck stop
doesn't wanna talk
restrooms that
about
were
it.
cleaner than that.
No cameras what?
No cameras.
First of all, don't touch.
Dude, that's how you know that their
Actually,
place is shit. They don't want you showing it.
technically, he might be in the right, as it is a private dwelling and he has no legal right to film in there.
They're outside.
Right?
Like,
This isn't a great picture. Someone just saw like, cameraman, run, grab, stop camera.
Touch the camera. You're gonna get arrested. Don't touch my camera. Don't touch my camera.
110 violations. It's the worst inspection we've seen in a long time. 110.
A long time? Not the worst? Oh shit, there could be worse than this.
So my question was going to be, how in the fuck did they get the footage from the back of this place? Like,
probably, by looks of it, that one guy who was like at the beginning in the black t-shirt, he looked like he had no idea what was going on. He probably thought it was totally okay. He was like, "Yeah, okay, great, yeah, you will what? Oh yeah, sure, you want me to? Okay, yeah, all right." Like, yeah. Afterwards, he was like,
maybe that person filming in the kitchen was the inspector.
Ooh.
Or maybe it was this guy and these guys, and the
Actually,
guy in the back didn't know what was
here's
going
a
on.
genuine question. How did it get so bad before the inspector got the word? He should have found, or she or they should have found out about this long beforehand.
Yeah,
maybe they did. Maybe that they were doing the inspections because there had been complaints.
Now, what you have to, like, okay, what if they knew the inspector was coming and it was only 110 violations because that's after
Oh, this
they
is
cleaned up.
fix stuff and fix the place up, and
This is as good. This is as good as they get it.
There would have been 300 violations otherwise.
Oh, all right. Real question. The real question for the whole class. What would be worse, eating here or eating from Cobes?
Here.
And I mean when Cobes. Let me compound it, because Cobes has been occasionally been known with a gun pointed to the back of his head to clean up shit. How about this?
Exactly.
Cobes is at the worst he is mentally. He's got into another relationship, then he lost. He broke up with her.
So
He's
Cobes
in a
next week then.
Yeah, basically. Well, has Cobes found someone? Because if he's found someone,
Cobes at his worst is probably worse than this place.
right?
He has not found someone.
You think he cooks? Oh, what about Rev? Rev's cooking.
Oh,
that's even worse.
I'm
That's
gonna
worse.
choose this place over fucking Shanny and Rev's house.
Yeah.
I think Rev might be the head chef at this restaurant.
This scrawny motherfucker just comes out. Come on, leave me alone. Come on, yeah. We're just trying to run a business here.
Eat what was recently found inside.
Like, their house had fucking flies and like literal shit laying around.
There was pools of cat shit everywhere, and their child slept on a fucking mattress on the floor.
A piss-soaked mattress on the floor. Thank you.
Oh, by the way, have you seen
Hey, that's sanitized. You know.
Hey, if it's good enough for Gavin McGuinness and fucking Jared Genesis, it's good enough for fucking Shani and Rev.
Yeah.
Oh, here's another good question. Would you rather lick the light switch in Jared Genesis's room or eat from this establishment?
Here.
Oh, that's a more difficult question.
I'm saying here because you gave me a loophole. You didn't say what I'd eat. I'm just gonna eat
food from here.
Oh no, it's gonna be food. But I saw there it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. I'll look for the stuff that's already in. I'm gonna eat like the barbecue sauce that hasn't been opened yet or anything like that. So I'm just gonna lick that and be like.
It has to be food that they cooked from this restaurant. You can't eat like.
All right. How long do I have to? How long?
The sauce was still opened in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's technically true. How long do I have to? How long do I have to lick the light switch?
It has. You have to like. It's a good like from the bottom of the stain to the top of the stain.
Ooh.
All right, I'm still gonna pick.
Go with this restaurant.
Yeah. It wouldn't be as intimate for starters. We all know about 80% of the liquids that are on that thing, but the 20% is terrifying. But here's the thing: the 80% all came out of Jared. Do we really want that in our lives, in our bodies, in our temples?
20% probably did too. We're just not sure which ones they are.
In our they're just. By the way, I've been trying to say, has anyone else seen that Chantel Foodie Beauty's channel was taken down?
I did not.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, everyone.
I'm not gonna cry about that. So.
But here's the thing. Like I follow people on Twitter who I'm not gonna put it any other way. They were fucking obsessed with that woman, and now that they're gone, they're like, no, I don't know what to do with myself. I'm like, okay, here's the thing.
Yeah, what is
Foodie Beauty is kind of
gonna do with her days now?
I don't know.
Be on Bearded Ramblings pretty soon if she bloody responds to my damn message. Yeah, it's been too long since we had her on. But seriously, I was just looking at every day. I'd see her pop up, and I'm like, oh my god, you guys are as obsessed as she is sad. Would you just fucking let it go? And then they have no choice. She's gone now. So this is a good thing. It's like whether they like her or not, they're gonna go cold turkey or find someone else, or all go back to Rev and Shan because that's how they found her in the first place. So I think they should see it as a positive rather than a negative.
Find somewhere else to go.
You're gonna need somewhere else.
Yeah.
I just bought from there and I...
Oh my god, he looked like Jared. But with a wither...
He really does.
Not greasy enough.
And also, Jared would never get a tattoo. He would never get a tattoo.
You have to leave the house to get a tattoo.
Yeah, also, I love the widow's pick going on here. Nice little touch.
I just bought from there and I returned it right now.
Hey, didn't you date her in GTA San Andreas? She's your girl. She's your girlfriend. She's your first girlfriend. Yeah.
We are shocked the state allowed this place to reopen following...
The thing is, when you walk in, you would have no idea, would you? It looks bland, but it looks fine.
The front looks nice enough.
Yeah. I kind of like the blue lighting going on here. Yeah.
The car's real tacky, but it looks clean, is what I mean.
Right. It's a little bit minimalistic, but I've been in Chinese restaurant. It's a buffet restaurant.
Minimalistic would be better than all that crappy neon or whatever the fuck that is.
I do like that
neon
blue.
colors.
That is some nice bisexual gamer lighting right there, okay?
Neon absolutely has its place, though. Like, an 80s style diner that went nuts on the neon, that would be cool. In a Chinese buffet, though, no.
You have that conversation, I need to pee. I'll be back momentarily. I should let you watch the rest of this.
Open following an ordered cleanup and reinspection, and we have passed our findings on to the Florida Department
Like,
of
share,
Business and
subscribe.
Professional Regulation. The good news, you now know what's going on behind the kitchen door. In Southwest Miami-Dade, Jeff Weins here, Local 10 News.
Oh, remember, Local 10 has made it easy for you to see any restaurant inspection statewide right on your smartphone.
What's going on with Skeletor here? He's terrifying.
Just download
I
our
don't
free
know.
restaurant inspection app. Search Restaurants Florida in the App Store.
If I saw her on the sidewalk, I would cross the street to use the opposite sidewalk.
Unironically, yes.
If you've ever gorged yourself at an all-you-can-eat buffet,
Oh, no.
you've probably wondered how they manage to make any money. Letting people just eat anything they want all willy-nilly couldn't
Like how we're getting
possibly
the,
be profitable, right? Well,
Double
grab a
top
plate
audio
because
from
we're
his
about...
headset microphone.
What was what?
I like how somebody was just... That guy that was eating fucking ice cream directly from the tap was probably cleaner than anything that was going on in the Chinese
11
buffet.
next time you got to step away, be careful where you put your headset because we were getting your audio doubled back through your microphone.
Ah, good point. I was actually originally meant to put a nail up on this door here, and this is where the headphones were to go at all times. So that wouldn't happen. I gotta remember to do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, this is, and apparently they had a follow-up where they came back to it and they actually added more to it. There are more violations.
Oh my god, of course they did.
I didn't even know how to think about it, so I was just kind of like, yeah, no, I'll pass on that.
That place was super nasty.
Very. Ooh. Never seen... Oh, okay, that makes no sense. The actual tweet itself has been removed, but the responses still are around.
I don't understand what "I'm up" means.
Yeah, that's
I'm confused by this tweet.
Oh, this is a good one. I like this one.
What am I doing? Yeah. Well, you take pictures of the car. I'm videoing these cars in front. Right. And I'm waiting for you to finally work out when you realise that they're parked cars. Oh.
I love the response. Only Patricia stereotype the Brits like to queue.
They do. They absolutely do.
They never recovered from World War II. They always have to stand in line now. Which is they did a college did that at one point where they tested out a bunch of people by just having people standing in front of like each other outside of a building, and eventually tons of people started showing up behind them like one by one, not even knowing what it was for. And it wasn't for anything. They were just waiting in line. They just saw, and the more people there were, the more people added to the end of the line. And of course, the further on back you went, the more people were like, I have no idea what, no.
It's one of those fear of missing out things.
Right?
Like,
Pure
obviously
FOMO.
something cool is going on here, and we don't want to miss out on it.
149, sir.
I've got 50p. Fuck you, bastard.
Hey, that's not
And he walked out with it too.
It doesn't work like that, dude.
He's like, here, have it 1/3 of the price. Fuck you, I'm leaving.
This is what I got. Piss off.
I'd be tempted to just let him do that, just because of the pure chutzpah.
He eventually just did.
Do you ever see the
That's
episode
funny.
of South Park where they just have the line ride, where it's just you stand in line
Yeah.
and it's over?
That's right. Which, if you've ever been to Disneyland,
Line simulator.
yeah. There's this is the one I was looking for.
Isn't Disneyland basically just like you line up all day to do 3 rides, then you go to bed because the day's over?
Oh
Either
yeah.
that or you buy Fast Pass, and then you only have to stand in regular lines and not like Disney lines.
And then, of course, you get to spend 80 quid for like 3 items in the gift shop. Don't forget that.
Here's a question: do you guys think that Disneyland Fast Pass is basically like real life microtransactions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically a loot box.
It's the theme park pay to win.
It's almost.
It's not loot box because it's not random, but it's.
No, it's not like.
It's in the
I think
crowd.
It's more like. It's
like playing.
DLC.
It's like playing Warframe or another game similar, and you buy an XP booster.
It's kind of like you buy DLC that's like better armor and weapons and stuff for your character that just makes you better than everyone else.
Exactly.
It's Warden's Keep from Dragon Age. By the way, how long did it take you to figure out the joke?
The English traditional, English simplified, being American?
Yeah. It took me way too long to realize that. I'm like, what's the joke?
I'm curious about the Chinese simplified and traditional. Which one's Cantonese and which one's Mandarin?
It would be Cantonese for. Actually, that's actually a good question. I
think isn't Cantonese the one that's like the peasant language, and then Mandarin is like the nobility language?
Yeah.
I should know this because I studied it for one semester.
Therefore,
Therefore,
simplified is probably a shot
mainland.
at the peasantry.
Yeah. This is TJ. I hate bikes and bicyclists, but in this case, I'm making an exception. The Futa.
Well, that's why he likes it.
That's why he likes it.
Somebody needs to really rethink this name.
I don't think they put 2 and 2 together, especially when you think about like all the times he's sticking his tongue out and he's bending over.
Or maybe they named it on purpose.
Maybe they knew what they were doing. Maybe it's like I keep going back to Mr. Garrison's It from South Park. How did you get to the Grand Canyon, ladies? The It! And they've just been sucking, getting railed from behind on this fucking kaleidoscope. Yeah,
well, it's still better than the airlines.
Mandarin is the peasant language. That's what Skep says in the chat.
Oh, I had it backwards? Okay. I never remembered which one's which. That's probably why they had traditional and simplified, though, because one of them's for the nobility and one of them is for the peasants.
Oh, I got this is a pretty cool one. This is the I got a secret from, what year would this be? 1956, and it was the last witness to President Abraham Lincoln's assassination.
I've got a secret. I would like to go over and personally.
Oh, should I put on my my John Morgan voice, because this is something that he'd be watching?
Yes. Absolutely.
Well, I don't know where my beanie is, and I don't know how many leopards I can get real quick.
Our next guest on the show.
It's just, we think about history the way we do. It's kind of surreal. We were all alive when the last World War One veteran died. That was only a few years ago, and we'll be alive unless something bad happens to us or the world. We'll be alive when the last World War Two veteran dies.
Well, I would fucking hope so. That's how time works.
Right, but we don't actively put two and two together. Like we read something about like Abraham Lincoln, and we think, oh, that was long ago. It was, but long ago nowadays, at the very least, the very least, for the first time in history, can include things like people who would be alive long enough to be recorded on TV, or like recorded on like even like a wax cylinder is fucking surreal.
Just look at the contrast. Like the contrast between like World War I and II were way closer together than World War II and now.
So this was what you said, 1957, right?
1959, 1956. Sorry.
56. So this guy was like a child when this happened.
Yeah, they should tell us what it is.
He's got to be like almost 100 years old.
At this point, yeah.
Now then, sir. Will you tell our panel, please? Let's get in a little closer. Come on.
Ha! Sponsored by our good friends at Winston Cigarettes.
Hell yeah.
Hell, the Flintstones can't be wrong. Wait, was it Winston who supported the Winston?
So.
Yeah, that was.
I think so.
Fucking light one up, baby.
Fuck yeah.
There we go. You tell our panel, please, what your name is and where you're from.
Poor guy probably has no idea what's going on.
My name's Samuel J. Seymour. I'm from Maryland.
This is Mr. Seymour from Maryland. And we brought Mr. Seymour all the way up from Maryland, and by golly, he got
yeah, pudding tapioca.
in a hotel and fell down the steps and gave himself a shiner. And,
Jesus! Is that really how they describe what happened to his face? He just fell down a flight of stairs?
I mean, it does look like that.
He finally got in touch with his doctor, and the doctor said it was
Poor
up to
guy.
Mr. Seymour. Mr. Seymour said he wouldn't miss it. So here he is.
Oh, well, fair play to him. What else am I going to do but wait for the sweet embrace of death?
Now then, Mr. Seymour, how old are you, by the way, sir?
96.
Alright, he's 96 in 1956. Someone do the math who isn't me.
What year did Lincoln
roughly.
die? Like 65?
With the power of Google, we shall find out.
Damn, he was a kid when he witnessed that. Then.
Yeah, let's see some bets on how old he was. Let's say Lincoln assassination. 1865.
Yes, I got it right.
Nice.
I'm a fucking genius. Never
Oh!
doubt my power.
But he was, but look, he in person. Oh no, that's when he died. He died in the person's house, but of course he was killed in was it Ford's Theater or something like that?
Yeah.
Hold on. Did you just say he died in one place, but he was killed in another place?
He was He was taken from a place after he was
fatally injured in a different place, and then
Yes, there you go, Magicus.
There you go. Yeah,
being shot is not the same thing as being killed.
There, he lost the back of his brain, but he didn't quite die yet because bullets weren't quite as potent as they are now. They were far more deadly though, because if they get into your body, they'll just fucking spin around and just destroy your insides. If you've gotten shot in the
like, how the fuck are they gonna pull the shrapnel out with those tools? Like, you're
right, especially in the brain. I mean, Jesus Christ. But yeah, he was taken to a house across there we go, across the street to Pearson's house. And he was in and out of coma, and he was in coma for the whole time, and just.
All right, so wait, do we actually do the math here? So what year was this? 1956.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 1950. So he's what? He was 6 years old when this happened.
All right, that's what you're gonna say.
Down
He's
there.
6.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say he was. Yeah, well, actually, yeah. By that logic, then, obviously,
He was either
you
5
can
or
vote.
6 years
You can
old.
vote all you want, but he just did the math. So.
Yeah,
Either
I was
5
thinking
or
it doesn't
6
make sense.
Depends on when his birthday was, but it was either 5 or 6.
Alan, we love you. Don't forget, shop for donuts, everyone. Well, if you want us to join you in your wetness, But seriously, I don't blame you. Like, oh god.
I will drink directly from the bottle. Come on.
I will too. I'm just sipping until someone does or doesn't. No one has to, but my god. Because that's not lying. Not only does Krendar get his cut, I forgot to mention that, obviously. But Paddy's Day, we are not streaming because I am off with Lady Energy to Sligo. We actually have a few things to do in Sligo anyway. But also, we're going to be there for Paddy's Day.
I told you, it's rude to call her that.
I'll call her Sligo. I'll call her Galway. I'll call her Kilmorkey. I will call her Rahini. God damn it, because she likes those dirty words. I'm just getting a message right now.
The funny thing about that is those other things sound like legitimate town names. Sligo sounds like a slur.
What about Dingle? Dingle's a place in Ireland.
That's just disgusting.
Right? Yeah, I've actually been to Dingle. It's actually really pleasant. It's a really nice town. But yeah, it's Dingle.
Lady Dingle.
I gotta take my lady up to Dingle.
Do they ride a lot of Ducati Fudas over in Dingle?
Sligo probably sounds like a slur because isn't like slag a slur?
Yeah,
that's
people.
My point.
Yeah.
And yet, as Miss Parker pointed out, it's the place where the shellfish is, or like the place of lots of shellfish. That's what it translates to.
Oh,
so yeah, it doesn't help, does it?
No.
Now, sir, if you'll whisper your secret to me, I'm sure the folks at home would like to know what it is.
What was he doing in a theater when the president was there? Like, was he like behind the scenes or something? Like, was he like a little?
He was probably like
Well,
in the audience with his parents or something, watching the play.
And Bill Cullen, we'll start with you. Something that he saw happen.
This thing that Mr. Seymour saw, does it...
My God, it's Robert Oppenheimer. Jesus Christ.
have historical significance?
Does this have historical significance, Mr. Seymour? I would say yes, wouldn't you, sir?
Oh, wait, I was thinking of what this show is. This is the same show from Catch Me If You Can. Do you remember
Is this a fucking game show that we're watching?
Yes, this is a game show.
I Have a Secret.
Yeah. In 1970s, it was still running. I don't know the details of it, but in the 1970s, the guy who eventually Leonardo DiCaprio played in Catch Me If You Can, he actually he showed up as himself. And in that time, you picked out of 3 people who all said that they all did things, and you had to guess which one of them was telling the truth. No, it was like, yeah. Oh god, this is. I miss game shows. I haven't watched game shows in years.
Yeah, there's quite a distance between our desks here. Let's all speak up, huh?
Does it have political significance?
It had political significance at the time. Yeah. Yes.
Well, if you're 96, that would make Mr. Seymour born in 1860.
Henry's such a mathematician.
Yeah, he's been writing over there all the time. This
is that Dr. Venture's father? Is he just gonna stand up and be 10 times size that he actually was because of weird childhood trauma?
This thing, did it have anything to do with the Civil War, Mr. Seymour?
I would say
no.
so.
It had not to do with the Civil. Well, let's say indirectly.
Yeah, vaguely.
All right, an answer.
Did it concern a famous person in American history? Very well known.
He knows. He knows. He knows where it's going.
Yep. He's closing in on it.
Would it help me to know who this person was?
He wants to know if it would help him to know who this person was, and he has to know who that is. Yes.
Was this man? Did this man hold political office?
Did this man hold political office, sir?
What's with the smug? What's with the smug laugh? I mean, come on.
Yes. $20 down and $60 to go, and we go to Jane Meadows.
McKinley. Mr. Seymour.
Henry is being his usual helpful self by whispering to Jane, McKinley.
And I'm not listening. Mr. Seymour, would this person have ever been president of the United States?
Was he ever president, this man?
Oh, I think he was once.
He's not anymore, but they did. But they did make a They did make a mountain look like him at one point.
I do believe he was at the time.
Yes.
Maybe a few
With
statues.
Abraham Lincoln. Was this a pleasant thing?
No.
Oh, what if he said yes?
That would be a dark twist.
The set, my father fought, and we're gonna cut to commercials right now. Thanks to our good friends at Wilson Cigarettes.
It was very pleasant. That bastard got what was coming to him.
Come on, you gotta get the sponsor right, Winston.
He was struggling, like he was on the fly, and he just was like flinging cigarette packets out at the audience. Aw, I'd be terrified too.
Would it have had anything to do with the President Lincoln's death, by any chance?
Unfortunately, yes.
Did Mr. Seymour witness the shooting of President Lincoln?
Imagine you're in like the Victorian era. You watch Lincoln get shot after what was it, 4 years of Civil War, and then 100 years, nearly 100 years later, you're in this sort of strange alien setting while these 4 strangers are basically judging your life. Like, what the fuck?
Do you think the cigarette advertisement on beneath them is fucking big enough here?
No,
like the giant cigarette boxes.
Well, no, they're probably full of actual cigarettes too, like giant to scale cigarettes.
You know what? They could have done this one better. They could have had the booth they were sitting in be the cigarette box.
Oh,
inside it.
That would have been amazing. Because they don't notice they're not advertising their own show. This is like some old granddad's curtains, which if I said grandma's curtains would have had a different connotation. But
taking that to a whole new level of tacky.
They should have had the guy coming out dressed as like a giant Winston cigarette.
That's some shit that like John Oliver would do.
Yeah.
Through a recent article in the American Weekly and said
he would have done it sarcastically.
Articles by Samuel J. Seymour, and it goes on to say that Mr. Seymour was 5 years old.
5? He was 5 years old.
Taken to Ford's Theater by some good friends, and the curious thing was that when he was this youth, 5 years of age, when he saw Booth jump from the box to the stage, at which time he broke his leg, his only concern was not for the president, because he didn't realize that the president had been shot, but the poor man who fell out of the balcony.
Called it. The South shall rise again. Death to tyrants.
The South will rise again.
You're a 5-year-old. You don't know what the fuck's going on.
Obviously, but he's like, oh no, that poor man fell down. It's like if you just randomly walked in and saw Hitler shoot himself. It's like, oh no, this poor person. Someone get help.
Someone get help. He only shot himself once.
He's still He's still twitching, and that woman next to him is only
terrible.
No,
so he can't get away.
I'd be like, can we still save the dog?
You might say an honor to have. You are, by the way, the only living witness of that tragic event, and we are certainly.
All my friends are dead.
You just for your courage in coming here to see us tonight.
He just literally shot. Wow. Like he just shot.
This was a lot of money back then.
Yeah, of course. He's like 56. What could he buy? A single pack of cigarettes.
Did you just say that he's 56?
I said 96. I conflated.
56.
Then I conflated. It was 1956. So yeah, I conflated it.
Oh, Jesus is like, oh, poor man broke his leg.
What a sweet boy he was.
He was worried. He was worried.
He was just fatting around. Come on.
I didn't know Billy was there.
I don't need any more of this. This is already amazing.
Billy was Lincoln's security guard, and he's the birth of the log cabin Republicans.
There needs to be an actual news segment, like where's on every show there's like, is this person a bastard?
This should be a fucking meme template where it's just like you put the picture of
yes,
what you're talking about.
Hell, everyone.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, go on.
Magicus, screenshot this and do that.
Yes. Hold on, I'll make life easier for you. Where's the screen? Give me a second. I'll tell you when to go crazy. You'll probably know. Yeah, fuck it, yeah, yeah. Let's go full iota. Let's even get rid of the whole the tracker bar at the. Oh, it won't let me. All right, it's fine.
Yeah, just keep everything the same. All you do is change the picture of the guy in the box.
Yeah, just go crazy, guys. The sky's the limit. Check out the Discord and then add your masterpieces to it.
This is gonna be so memeable. It's gonna be great.
Anyway, you're probably wondering what the context of this is, although that itself might as be its own context. This was like a failed parody show back in the day, and the
newscaster here guy looks like Scott Thompson from Kids in the Hall.
I'm trying to think. He used to be like really well known. I think he was in Porridge.
No, not Scott Thompson, the other guy.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the guy who played Alan Partridge, isn't it? Over there.
I don't know. But the newscaster really looks like a Kids in the Hall character.
Anyway, here's oh god, David X. How old is this? Christ.
Tonight they are backing the campaign. Earlier today I spoke to
back in the day, back in like the early 90s, when Sinn Féin, which was the IRA party, used to get like more and more like say on public TV. BBC used to be a little bit biased, let's just say. Used to be a little bit on the old bias side back when they actually had they'd do things like they'd actually give scripts for the Sinn Féin person to actually say. So in this case, this is their parody of it.
To their deputy leader Rory O'Connor, who under broadcasting restrictions must inhale helium to subtract credibility from his statements.
So what's your initial statement?
These incidents are inevitable given the position of the British government.
You do support
the IRA have been forced into
like
this
his
position.
look.
So you do support this campaign of
He's talking exactly like Jerry Adams. I fucking love it.
violence?
The IRA... Sinn Féin is a legitimate political party.
Which supports terrorist action.
Your tone is antagonistic and you're making me very angry.
Angry. Terrorists.
This is good satire.
Top of the morning to you.
I like it.
And since we conducted that interview, all sides in the conflict have had a meeting and have sorted everything out.
Because that's how sectarian violence works. Yeah, that was a great show back in the day. Oh, this is great. I forgot about this. Christ.
Fuck my bitch, got my bitch pregnant. Everybody around me, I'm telling them. They laugh.
That's how she gets pregnant, yes.
Oh, I'm hot to the motherfucker right now. Fuck that nigga that fucked my bitch. That nigga knocked me out, man. 1, 2.
Oh no.
Blood that well, I'm on the ground, man. Go to the blood.
Aww.
Nigga knocked me out. Nigga had that bitch. I want that bitch no more.
Oh no.
Seems to be a very high quality human being.
When that nigga hit me, I thought I motherfucking passed out. I was paralyzed waist down, nigga. I had to lay on the ground for like 4 or 5 minutes.
What's on his chin? It's like a piece of paper?
Paralyzed, nigga. I couldn't feel nothing.
I think it's suds. Oh no, this is a piece of paper. I think maybe shaving accident.
Watching, bro.
I don't know. I like how he's laying down while he's telling us about another time that he had to lay down.
How Brett Keenian of him.
Yeah.
Just kill a nigga if you gonna go.
Oh, no, he's laying on his back. This isn't tummy time.
What happened to me, man? I think my nose, bro. I gotta go to more.
You think when Brett gets kinky in the bed with Doran that he literally rolls on his back?
Doctor.
Oh, mixing it up. Spicy.
I'm finna give him this anyway, so I ain't fucked up. But I'm still here. I didn't cry.
Yes, you did.
I didn't cry.
Yes, you did.
I didn't fuck up my motherfucking J's either. So, I'm still winning. Yo, she don't want to wash my bag. She don't want to wash my bag. It's her fault. I had to fight this nigga because I love this bitch.
You loved her. You wouldn't be calling her a bitch. Fuck you.
Maybe she doesn't like the constant use of the N-word.
Look at me now. Look at me. That shit ain't funny.
Oh, it kind of is.
I think my fucking nose broke.
I think my nose broke.
There seem to be like a lot of quote unquote urban types
that
use that word as just the word for woman.
There's a really interesting news article that I found. It's in the Discord chat.
Oh, we can watch that before we get on to our sausage.
I put a screen cap of it in here, so you can see what.
Magic guess. By the way, you work fast, my friend.
Oh. So could you post?
What you're talking about?
Could you post that to our Discord?
Yes.
Check the Discord out. It's pretty fucking solid.
Can you post it to the screen right now?
Fine, but then everyone's cameras are gonna be all over the place. God.
From a picture?
No, just from moving all your cameras around. But I'll fix it. There we go. There we go. Wait, hold on. I have the actual camera off because I had no idea what you were posting. I was like, okay, time to minimize the screen. I mean, hell, that's just good etiquette.
I like how I've got a what the hell is this look on my face?
You know we're going to be using this for the next Spirited Ramblings, right? Instead of using your picture, it's going to be my picture, whoever our next guest is, and then you. Regardless, if we have a topic in question that involves a person, it's going to have their face over it, but otherwise it's going to be the same.
This does need to be the thumbnail, I agree.
100%. We live in bastard ? Times.
Yeah.
Let's watch some sausages. Who wants to see some sausages made? No one? Great.
The sausage.
Once again, guys, if you are enjoying yourselves, don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Don't forget to check out the links in the description down below. And don't forget that we are doing shots for donos. Any donations given would be appreciated because I'm going to take the lady out to a Sligo. And I would very much like as much money as possible for Paddy's Day. We're also going to do the video. It's not required. I'm not hinging the trip on it or anything. But anything given, I'll feel it when I'm out there. Big help. Anyway, I guess we're just trying the frog's legs, which I think are actually going to turn out pretty okay.
I've never tried frog's legs, but I always wanted to.
Are you sure? Because that kind of seems kind of tempting. I don't know about you. God damn! I was not expecting that. The dunk.
Right? Especially the upper left. The other one looks like he's got a turtle head poking out.
Or they could be laying up, and that could be his little fireman.
Oh.
Welcome back.
This little Sligo.
I guess these frog legs are kind of freaking me out. They look like little people legs. Teeth.
They do.
Yeah. I have no words for this.
Look at just how muscular these frogs are. There's barely any fat on them.
Actually, you know what the strange thing is? I was just watching through the archives of the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared last night, and I'm getting those vibes off of this.
I liked how it ended with him being a stand-up comedian that that no one liked.
Usual mixing of
that was a weird series. I enjoyed it.
It was great.
Frog legs. They look like they have little butts. That's something new. You know, there's little bones in here, so we're gonna have to scrape the meat off.
That is their actual butt.
Yeah, that is literally their buttocks.
This looks like a delicate operation, so I'm gonna be using the fillet knife.
Oh, fancy.
Like this person's trying to do a Peter Griffin voice.
He's trying.
I would have gone with a paring knife for this personally.
The accent, as far as I'm aware, is kind of his because we've heard him off Calter more than once. Calter
Maybe you have,
Skelter.
I haven't.
Like he just like, oh, okay, we'll try that. Like he's got like no idea what to say.
You know, I think we did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
We should have saved
This is getting more visceral than I expected from an ordinary sausage video. Jesus Christ.
For the Halloween episode.
Well, he can't put the bones in there, you know?
True.
There. All right, so we got our pile of.
That knife was too big for that
frog leg
operation,
meat
though.
and our pile of
Should have gone
frog leg
paring knife.
bones. All right, let's chuck this in the grinder.
It's like that meme of the guys who like there's like a big bowl of chicken wings, but they've all just had a single bite apiece, and they're like, "Oh wow, I'm full of my wings," and like the response is, I think it was TJ. He's like, you have no idea how angry this makes me right now."
Wait, was Paul the one that hadn't eaten like chicken wings until like the 24?
Yeah, he was terrified of tendons. Like he didn't like the idea of veins, and I'm like, really? Now that you've come out as bi, you don't like veins in any form or function. You can't think of any situation.
Wow.
No, not in my. Shut up, you Vaushite!
I still think it was kind of weird that Vaush showed up for the DP1000 in person.
Well, they are only a few blocks away from each other. They are in the same
really?
city.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, they're both in Seattle.
Oh, well, no wonder he showed up then.
Right?
Well, it turns out that actually wasn't a whole heck of a lot of meat. That was only about.
Speaking of, have you seen pictures? Have you seen pictures of Keem's birthday? He turned his. He turned his birthday. Billy's.
Else other than this.
Come on. Well, we can have a very quick take afterwards. But I mean, the point is that the visceral thing is only just beginning. You thought I was gonna ease you out of it. Oh no, we're only starting. This is the fucking appetizer.
Oh God.
A cup? Don't worry. Always be prepared.
But no, yeah. Keem's set this huge thing up, and like only like maybe 10 people showed up, but one of which is Billy. And there's pictures of Billy that he's just been posting of just like doing shots after shot after shot. Which, you know what? Billy was probably drinking for free. So fuck yeah, get yourself some crazy ass cocktails. Go cost Keem a fortune.
Are you trying to make me believe that Billy has befriended and hung out with a terrible person? I don't believe that.
No! But you know what I'm pissed off about?
You can't find a single documentary proving that.
A documentary, a Chris Hansen reference or 6, a live stream that I might have seen in Buffalo where him, a human turd called Joe and a halfway decent human being called Seth all drove up to see a certain someone's court hearing, missed it, then went to his house and they get molested that YouTube can't show, so you have to see it in a really bad Sims 1 GIF.
Although I have to say, Joe is definitely one of my favorite and funniest terrible people.
I'm not gonna lie, he does have moments. He's
hilarious. He's across the board hilarious, but not a good person at all.
No, the fact that he's a parent is fucking terrifying to me.
It is terrifying.
Yeah, but like I think being a parent has like tamed him.
It's
no, I don't think so. But I have to wait and see. This is
all relative, obviously.
Yeah, like.
Oh my God! Wait, is that the pig of Kiev? Why is he wearing a suit?
Look at Keem preparing for his next failure to fucking Dark Side Phil at like 2009 Game Jam or something. Like fucking Snoop Dogg is over here and fucking oh god, let me think. Ninja is just over here. And Keem's like, I'm still relevant.
I like how Keem's sitting here like he's behind a bar. Hello, sir. How may I serve you?
He does look like he's going to take your order for many, many chicken wings, and all of which are going to come from this guy.
And go into this guy.
Keep the ranch coming.
Hey, Keem, how you doing? How you enjoying your birthday? Great. I'll take 15,000 chicken wings, please.
Not individual wings, but orders of wings.
Fleets of wings, whole trays of them. And he won't even eat them all. He'll eat a good chunk of them and be like, oh man, I don't want to eat the rest of these. And then he had the big reveal for the night. Ricky, help me out! And Ricky comes in his gun-toting armored up wheelchair, and they just start the Then you realize, oh, of course Billy can eat all that, but he just wants to share because he's a sweet boy, and they do. Yeah. Which apparently Ricky was meant to come and he couldn't, but so was a couple of other people. Including, if I remember right, Casey Tron didn't get to go, and she got angry. I don't blame. I'd be pissed off. I mean,
she does some good cooking videos, though. I'll give her that.
Cub Scout.
Yeah, I showed Lady those videos. Yeah, yeah, I think it was the Beef Wellington one. Oh, it was the latest one they did anyway.
We got this big pot of hot water. Like that, just
it's the only one I've seen.
Just enough to get the knife.
I would have eaten that.
That's all we're doing here.
Stop tickling the frog's butt.
Oh God, there was she uploaded a picture of Peggy Hill today on Twitter, and I just liked it and I shared it and said, but it's a picture of Peggy that's stamping down on you. It's like from like a Lady Demonstro sort of look, like crushing down on you, and I'm just there like, hey, yeah, I can't do Twitter today sober. I need to break out the booze, and I have. So I am a man of my word. Thank you, Casey Tron, for giving me any reason to get drunk.
And yes, Magicus, he stated in the past that his blender seems to work better if stuff's frozen.
Oh, 100%.
I also want to, for the record, say there's only one good scene of Peggy in the entirety of King of the Hill. Does anybody know what it is?
Oh,
one where she falls out of an airplane.
Yeah, and the parachute doesn't open.
Yeah,
that's the
that
one.
was my favorite one.
Nailed it. 2 cups.
Yeah.
Oh, there's so much frog juice.
Oh,
frog juice. I did warn you. By the way, I just realized. Yeah, is this your first time dealing with ordinary sausage?
Yes.
I should have. All right, my bad.
This is a tradition on the show. Although I have to clarify something real quick. Magicus, were you just playing along with my joke, or was that actually the Peggy scene you were trying to allude to?
No, that was the correct one. You actually got it in one guess.
Cool, excellent.
A little bit
I like her when she's in the band uniform. Thank you very much. And and Hank can't stop thinking about the dolphin.
Oh, you remember when she was modeling for a foot fetish website?
Oh yeah, she's like putting it in like cream corn and like mashed potatoes and stuff like that. Oh yeah, and it turns out Bill's been watching it on an endless loop.
Salt, pepper, onion powder, and garlic powder.
Ah!
This is gonna be a wet sausage.
Others aren't so visceral. This one is especially visceral.
Look, remember that rule that I said I have in my life where I don't ask questions you don't want the answer to? How the sausage is made is one of those questions.
Sometimes the sausage should not have been sausage in the first place, and then you ask yourself, how can this be? Ordinary sausage has the answer. Yeah.
Sausage. Do you know
the fact that he's titled his channel Ordinary Sausage is the biggest irony.
The last episode he'll ever make is he's just making a regular old-fashioned sausage.
Yeah. Just
Felix has a 100 pound. Someone's telling you love it. If you don't get up for you,
stop! We get it. You have
no,
friends.
I would rather see more advertisements than actually.
No!
Oh, hold on. After this, do we have to show Magicus the time he made a sausage out of crickets?
Please, I will fucking rage quit the stream.
He's our only leverage in this dark, cold world. Maybe we shouldn't. I'll tell you what.
I'll this one, but I am not gonna watch the cricket one.
How about we watch a non-creepy one like Water?
What?
That was weird.
Water. Yeah, he did a water sausage.
He's done an air sausage.
What the fuck does it even mean, water?
He's done a toothpaste one. He's done a gummy bear one. He's done a Wagyu beef and caviar one.
The gummy bear one broke his blender.
Oh
The
yeah.
Gummy Bear one actually sounds like something that like a fat guy dreamed up once, and he's like, I bet I could make it work.
Well, they're YouTube comment suggestions, so they kind of do for themselves.
Still had more water to give.
Okay, so you don't know who Mark Ruffalo is, right?
No. Don't. No explanation. No explanation. Let's just let it run.
What am I looking at right now?
Just let it run.
For the random one person who's just popping into low energy videos for the first time, hi.
This is for me because I fucking need this.
Okay.
This Will It Blow is brought to you by Helix Sleep. Oh, it landed on the sausage.
Wait, does he fill it up? Is it still full of Honey Nut Cheerios? It's been months now. What the fuck?
It didn't really make it
He
that
may have never
far.
opened it.
Barely touched the Ruffalo box. I'm gonna have to.
Oh, there's a sausage in the near future. The Honey Nut Cheerio sausage. The Mark Ruffalo sausage.
He finally has to retire it because it's too dirty on the outside.
He has been threatening for a while now.
Give down, Will It Blow? One Mark Ruffalo.
So yeah, he basically blows the.
Ruffalo.
He must have found some really obscure movie for that. Oh, there's that Mad Men. Was that Mad Men? Can't look like Mad Men.
I have to give down, Will It
Or is it Man from Uncle?
Blow? One Mark.
Why is his finger like bent?
It looks like Joey from
broken?
Friends.
A little bit.
Yeah,
Joey.
his finger is a little bit at
Backwards
an
in
angle.
a direction it shouldn't be able to bend.
Maybe he's related to Nick Fuentes.
Maybe.
Mark Ruffalo. That's a lot of frog
That would
water,
be a shame because
Joey.
I would hate to have to stop liking him.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Oh, would explain a lot though, seeing that we've established that he's Jewish.
Why is he only now saying uh-oh? I think we could have gotten to that point way earlier.
Ow, it's burning. Here we go. Good Lord, that was loud. You know, I've given this my all. I don't think this thing's
I hope he's
Oh,
got a fan going to set off the smoke alarm.
Yeah, you don't want to repeat in my last Cobes cooking video. Beep 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 beep.
You know, or
That
I
was
hope he
one-
didn't. I hope he didn't pour the grease out in his toilet like Darkside Phil.
Oh god, yeah, I remember you showed me that.
Wet sausage.
Why
All
the
right,
fuck did he do
let's
that?
open it up and
Oh
see
my
how
Because
God.
he
DSP is a
did.
moron. That's
He
why.
is. He's a fucking idiot.
He doesn't know what this little light here on the side of the camera means. How the hell would he not know? How the hell would he
It
know
means it's
what?
time to jerk it. That's what it means.
It looks drippy. Here we go.
That's what you want from a
do
sandwich.
not- no, wrong.
You know, it really does taste just like chicken. You could forgo all the frog nonsense and just make yourself a nice chicken sausage, and it would taste just like this. You feed this to your friends, no one's guessing that's frog in there. The skin is as chewy can be. The meat's a little dry from the absence of any fat in there. I'm gonna have to give this sausage here a 3 out of 5.
That's not bad in comparison to what's being.
Frog
This
pie.
is so not the worst that we've ever seen.
Why is he rating it with little spermies?
Oh, the back. That's a new. That's a new one.
That's so weird. I think it was supposed to be ghosts, not sperms.
Well, one of these things lead to another. Here, it's only a minute long. Let's watch the water. Here's the water one.
You cook the water sausage. How come you didn't score the water sausage? You want me to cook the water sausage? I'm going to cook the water sausage. $30 on lobster tail.
Water
$30.
sausage
This is what the
mean?
people want to see. The water
It's
sausage.
It's a sausage casing full of water.
Surrounded by water.
What?
Water and oil are the perfect combination with high heat. All right, let's really.
I can't see any.
Explode, isn't it?
No,
Yeah.
No, they are
Yes, I'm
not.
gonna get
They're the worst combination.
Oh god,
I
it didn't
can't believe
explode.
we
I'm
actually
sad.
If
pulled
he
this
eats
off.
that,
It's the
he is
temperature
going to
of
burn
boil.
himself.
It's gonna explode once he takes a single bite. Like, you can't even cut it.
I wanted it to explode in the pan.
Obviously. I'm gonna take a bite out of boiling water. What's the worst that could happen?
It basically tastes like hot intestines. You know, hot stomach lining. So, yeah, the water sausage.
Almost like that's what it is.
Bop, 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 bop.
What the fuck did you think was gonna happen?
Probably that. The key thing to remember here is people leave comments on his videos making suggestions for new sausages. So this was not his idea. Sugar sausage.
Do it though. He could
have
chosen to ignore that.
All right, because it's only a minute. Sugar
works.
Sugar. YouTube comment suggestions. Oh, sausage, you came and you saw and you hurt me. I don't know the lyrics.
Wait, oh Mindy.
Are we about to get sugar sausage?
That one time I had a funnel, life was pretty good. It looks like mayonnaise. It's time to pay the piper. Will it blow? It'll spill. That Will It Blow was a little top heavy, so I'm gonna have to give that Will It Blow 3 Mark Ruffalo.
I think the box might actually be empty. It was too easy to knock over with just a little bit of sugar.
What?
Say your piece. The council wishes to hear. Say your piece, Magicus.
You can't even.
Nope.
I'm glad we were all here.
Oh shit! Damn. Okay. Donos or no donos? That's a allegation right there.
Let me finish. Glad we were all here today to witness Magicus discovering his new favorite YouTube channel today.
Oh my God, Krendar! This is exactly what happened with Naira. Do you remember?
What?
This is exactly what happened. Naira, do you remember when she was on? She had no. When she was on watching Ordinary Sausage, she lost her shit.
Did she? I don't remember that.
Yeah, she couldn't handle this. Like, she wasn't expecting it. She loved his voice. She was really tired. Remember?
I remember her enjoying the voice.
Yeah, I was like, this is what breaks you.
What the fuck is happening to my life right now?
Glory and amazement is what's happening right now.
Magicus, you've been scheming at the top of the ivory towers with the big boys. It's time you get slumming down with the rest of us, okay? This is the internet. Never forget it. Never forget where you come. You are Magicus from the block.
Down the bottom. It's just no. I'm wrong.
Oh, we don't have enough time in the day to show all of it.
So, when's he doing a collab with Cobes?
Oh, I would so love it. He'd be like, so what have you got to pay for it? I got this meat. What is it? It's meat. What sort of meat? Meat. You're not helping me out here, buddy. You gotta give me some idea what the meat is.
We're gonna make a crushed Doritos sausage.
Do not give him that idea.
Because this is what you want me to do, isn't it? I'm a big celebrity today. Combs just holds his hand softly like I made a friend.
Let's
see how many times it takes to scare this one away.
When they say when you stare into the abyss too long, it stares back at you, that's what's happening to me right now.
Welcome. One of us.
Gooble gobble, gooble sausage.
The sausage has stopped sizzling. I'm pretty afraid of it. I'm gonna take it out of the pan now. Here we go.
Oh, that fucking noise made my gums hurt. They made my gums hurt. Oh. Let's have a cocaine sausage.
I got a cavity just watching that.
The typical American's diet.
Milky as I thought it would be. Well, it just tastes like pure sugar. 2 out of 5.
Bop, 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 bop.
I guess it's better than
I'm surprised
water
it wasn't
sausage.
a 0 or a 1.
Right? Ugh.
That's 3 more sausages out of 5 than I thought it was gonna get.
Here's we're not.
He also did a Carolina Reaper sausage and a Red Bull sausage.
They're a little bit too long, otherwise maybe, but
yeah, well, we've already watched 3 of them anyway.
yeah, we've yeah. You can discover the rest on yourself.
Sausage. Oh, we're doing that on the next show.
Oh,
the caviar
I
one.
think we are. Oh, have you not already seen it? Did we not already watch
so.
it? Well, all right, fair enough. That was yeah, that's one of our things. Oh, before we get to our dancing boy, there is one other person who has been busy as of late that we do watch on a regular basis.
Yeah.
No, it's the sweet boy.
Now, actually, oh my god, I haven't watched him in. Oh god. Oh no.
What happened to everything?
Oh, he's getting.
Keep shaving his head.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit like Crazy Guy in Crazy Land doing. I mean, I suppose.
More.
But yeah, he's getting
that way.
He's kind of like the hobo you're afraid to meet on the streets because they'll just ramble for 20 hours about how the government's stealing your brain. Like,
do you not think that they are?
Well, yeah, but they don't do it every day.
They
They rotate it. Like, do you know that?
What do you think the birds are for? Come on.
Hey, just kill a bird and open it up, and then see for yourself.
Well,
yeah,
they're drones. That's what I meant.
By the way, did you ever watch any of those actual like websites that were like drone birds? The second they do kill a bird and check it, they all go quiet. I wonder why that is. It's almost like I just killed a. Oh, I should go back to my doctor. He's probably worried. You know, like
yeah.
I
just murdered something.
I just did a wrong. Anyway, what's
Lifting the wheeler. We took the freshest one.
Yeah, the 2 or 1. Oh, lifting the wheeler.
Freshest.
Okay.
All right, sure.
Yeah.
Leffins
I kicked it over his hair.
All right, what the fuck
Oh
is written on his door?
M-O... Yeah, always cakes. Mopa. Is that like a fupa, but his?
I don't know, man.
Guys, cakes in the chat. Come on.
Where did calendars go?
Is that Cheeks and John? Someone sent him a fucking...
Yeah.
I would like that t-shirt.
Lifting up the wheeler.
It's such a good combination with those pants, isn't it?
Dude,
see the wheeler?
I'd walk around there as I'd be
wheeler.
You know what the weirdest thing about this is? I'd be walking around my apartment and still manage to match people on Tinder while dressed like that. What excuses do you motherfuckers have? Get yourselves back out there. Come on. I can
you before the show. I don't like people.
Then go to Mensa meets or something, you know, like.
Except for Two Guns, he's all right.
Well, Two Guns is
magic with one of those anime hologram AI waifus.
Like out of Archer, we have to get him his own like fucking anime wife.
Yeah.
Awesome, magic is a cool.
It's not a real person, so it could be a good matchup. You know,
plus, you can do what
this one's just made for you.
You can do whatever you want to them legally, and it wouldn't count.
Because she's made out of light. She's not physical.
Can it be hard light like Cortana? I could get into that.
Yeah, I think in that
it's never been established that she's hard light, though.
Yeah, she's interacted with stuff.
Only
right?
in the one game in one specific circumstance.
It still counts, all right.
Now we gotta say, Kevin, we love you. You're a sweet boy, but what happened to your calendars? We're a little bit
happened
worried
to your
about
everything?
calendars. Yeah,
What happened to your you?
Could you tell us what you?
Fair question.
Could you tell us what happened 15 years ago on the bad day? You remember the bad day, don't you? You
bad day in the long ago.
Y'all
Yeah.
remember the bad day? Y'all see the bad day?
Y'all see it?
I was captain of police force, 27 precinct, protesting against Antifa, rock, big old rock, back big rock. Stop
protesting.
Big old rock hit my head.
Oh, man.
Please chokehold. Please chokehold. Please chokehold.
So this story could just be the culmination of the entire channel, just in one story, and it brings back every catchphrase into one fucking masterpiece. I would love it.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. The real question is: see how much of a fan you are. Did you follow him on Pornhub?
Oh.
I did not follow him on Pornhub.
But did you skirt Pornhub?
I made the mistake of Google image searching Kevin.
He may have spanked it one time while watching it.
That didn't happen. I'm just all right. The most I'll admit to is I accidentally made the search that turned up the result that should not have been there.
Is this what your lawyers have told you?
Key phrase. The most he'll admit to. That doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Right? You can't prove anything in court.
I can't take away all the mystery. Okay,
Yeah, leave something. Leave something for the imagination. I did go on.
His dark side Phil moment later.
I gotta say, it was kind of surreal seeing a naked Kevin Joseph Phil. Kevin Joseph Phil. Thank you, Crenda. Kevin Joseph King naked and talking about how he wanted to fucking Kardashian, but in the next video he was talking about, I got a heart disease, I'll be dead in 5 years. I got a heart disease. Yeah, like fucking hell. They went from like what to what to what to what. Like it's still the same level of Kevin. Only difference is now he's naked. That's it. Like that's all it is. Like
really actually just changes the context greatly though.
He has no body hair. Zero body hair.
Except for this.
Well, this
it's not
is
body hair. That's head hair.
That's bald people know this. What do you think? You think Magicus?
No. Let's explore this. Is your conjecture that?
Oh, should I got versus thing going on now?
The head is not part of the body. Come on, let's be real.
It's attached to the body. The body is a full unit, and then the head is attached on top.
Your head hovers above your body. The neck is a lie.
There's just like a little hover port.
You don't need your neck.
You're only
There's like a hologram that just like
your neck. Your neck is like Australia.
Your belief. Exactly. Okay. You believe the lies that they're pushing you. If you think your neck is real, just take a knife to it and see what happens.
No, do not do
that. That was a joke.
It's such a joke. No, the FBI knows what that is on Roblox. On My Little Pony Island Adventure, okay? Don't take knives.
My Little Ponies at the same time.
Or knives, for that matter.
Oui.
You all see my switchblade? You all see my switchblade? It goes click. It goes click. It goes click. It goes click. Oh, he's dancing to it the same way he danced to the turtle. And you notice the turtle's been gone for a long time. What happened to the turtle?
Oh no. I like soup, y'all. I like soup.
I support.
He looks to make sure it's still recording.
Yeah.
This is vital information we are seeing.
I mean, He doesn't want to be wiggling his cart around for no good reason.
Well, do you?
I like how he's growing out some chops, though.
The chops are okay. I still think he needs to take care of his hair.
I mean, the chops need time, but these things take time. So
You think it's been a You think it's been a while since his live-in nurse checked in on him?
Yes, yes, I do.
I just picture this like 20-something-year-old sort of like college student getting stoned and drunk in like a bar somewhere in LA, being like, "Oh, Kevin, how you doing?" "Yeah, I'm good. I'm good." "Oh, that's great." Beep. "So anyway, tell me about my eyes." You know, like she's just the most.
The only part that sucks about this, I want to hear more of him speaking while he's doing this. That's the. I missed that.
Yeah, where will y'all see it?
Yeah. Let's go back to the first one. See what the arc is. Let's see what this roller arc is.
Walling's a Willer.
And look, he still has his calendar at this point.
You know, his door frame kind of reminds me of cakes.
And
it reminds me of
Jared?
a different, just a little bit.
Let's be honest here. That a certain Genesis has put far more physical. That just burns. He just set fire to that. We all know Jared did different things.
Y'all see my champion? See my pants? I'm a champion.
Walling's a Willer.
Yeah.
Walling's a Willer.
Oh, no subtitles.
Here's the commentary we needed.
All right.
Woo! He made a little noise. Oh God,
he dropped into our chat, isn't it?
Yeah, if I put anything King in the title, he will pop in. At all. No
Okay,
joke.
so-
Yeah, that's all you need to do.
So he's like the Nick Fuentes Simps then.
Kinda, yeah. I'm actually surprised that we haven't gotten like a bunch of people being like, "Vaush is a pedophile," and I'm like, wait, what? Well, we're not looking at Vaush. We're looking at Kevin Joseph King. Who's Kevin Joseph King? Sit down, my child, and we will teach you a tale.
We should see if we can summon some Nick Simps one of these days. With one of our
Oh, that seems like it would be a bad. I don't know. There'd be so much of a head case every 5 seconds. But Nick Fuentes is like the best person who's ever lived. Says who? Me. And who are you? I don't know. Then we never hear from them again. Anyone ever.
We just casually gave this random simpy existential crisis.
No one ever asked him that ever. That's so sad. He's not even a kid. He's 47. And you go through the groypers.
Though.
Where the groypers go, yeah.
All right, you know what this needs? This needs the fucking Mario Kart music like overlaid on top of this.
He's got the power star and he's just zooming around.
Yeah, give us Rainbow, Rainbow Road.
Yeah, that's for the most brutal and sadistic track in the game, didn't you?
Oh, he's getting angry. He's getting angry. Why are you getting angry, Kevin?
Because his live-in nurse has been ignoring him.
Oh God,
I wouldn't like him when he's angry.
I don't think I would either. Something tells me he has a battle mode that resulted in him getting shuffled out of the police force very early on.
Y'all see the dead body? I shot the body. Everybody.
Ever since
You all said I was fat. You all said I was fat. You all see how he said I was fat? He dead now? They shot him. They shot him.
Ever since the incident with The Rock, he's lost his self-control.
He was an unused character in Bright. My character. That's my headcanon now. You know what, Kevin? So long as someone's making sure that you have electricity, running water, and food, I'm happy for you. I am terrified that you are now being left alone, because it looks increasingly like you're being left alone.
Watching this is so much better for my mental health than that fucking sausage thing.
Yeah. All the old familiar places.
Lance sausage.
Let's sausage with Kevin Joseph King. Y'all see the sausage? Y'all see the icky sausage? He's making an icky sausage.
Made it out of some grass I found outside.
Oh, great, yeah, grass, yeah, that's fine, yeah.
You know what? Okay, this could also be the Giles theme goes with everything challenge.
Oh no, that reminds me of what was the name of that guy that DP had for a little while that was like, you can put any music to this guy's dancing and it works.
Oh God,
I know what you're talking about.
Same. Anyone in the chat can help out, big help.
So I remember they did Giles' theme with him and it worked beautifully.
And then, in my mind, when this part happens here, at all point a jet has to fly right by.
Sonic boom!
Sonic boom!
That reminds me of I remember when I was in high school, there was this place, there was this corner store that had a hacked Street Fighter machine.
Oh yeah?
So that it was basically modded Street Fighter. And one of the things they had in there was like any move you had to do where you had to charge something up, you didn't have to charge it anymore. Oh. And you could put multiple projectiles on the screen. And they had it so that the Sonic Boom would like wave up and down.
Oh!
You could just spin it, so like people would just keep doing it. So he's going like Sonic, 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 Sonic. There's just like this wave coming across the screen at you. Crazy. I think also the
I think my favorite.
Oh, they also changed Ken so that his Dragon Punch, instead of going up, it was mostly horizontal. So you could Dragon Punch a guy from 80% of the way across the screen.
I think my favorite version of like the Giles theme goes with everything is the one guy who is like dancing in front of the street and like gets hit by an ice cream truck.
Do it, Lev. Do it.
Ice cream van.
Do the 6-second one. The 6-second one. Yeah, yeah.
Boom! Once again, Americans destroy. Once again, America destroys a Southeast Asian hovel, as is ancient tradition.
While apparently M. Bison stands off to the sidelines and just watches it for some reason.
Hey, it's just a Thursday. Or was it a Tuesday? What was the one for the movie? Like you've dedicated your life to destroy me. For I took everything in your life. I destroyed your home, your family.
For me, it was Tuesday.
Yeah, that was the one. Yeah. Oh, here's the Sonic Boom glitch.
The day Bison graced your village, it was the most important day of your life, and for Bison, it was Tuesday.
Exactly.
Is the glitch that the Sonic Boom took the volume away?
No, I took the volume away because Magicus was speaking. We have a guest and we should respect them.
That's right. I am the fucking king shit here, and you're gonna listen to me because I said so.
Also, copyright can be a real dick when it comes to Street Fighter.
Because otherwise, I didn't see what the glitch was.
The glitch knocked Zangief on his ass and like with half health.
Oh, did it? I didn't see the health.
Look at his health. Look, goes down. Still half health. Hits him once, and he's gone. Fuck it. That would piss me so off. Well, let's just say Guile Sonic Boom glitch. So he hits
I'm just not clear on what the glitch was here.
Look at his health. Half health.
Yeah.
Hits him in one go, and it all goes down.
That was 3 hits, not 1.
But it didn't. None of the others connected.
Didn't they?
Nope. I'll even turn it on so you can hear the sound effect. All right, you're right.
hit.
Yeah, okay. So where's the glitch? To
I
quote,
don't know.
since it was changed, but since when was changed?
Charge buffering, because at one point he did 2 almost in a row. I think that's what the thing
So that's the glitch. Okay.
Charge buffering, like he pre-charged 2 in a row somehow. I think is what they're trying to say.
Which would have been a dick move back then for sure.
Which is weird.
There's Vaush. The call back to the start of the episode where we talked about how Vaush was dealing with JK. It seems like so many years ago, but like there's really, this is during the live stream. Look how much money he'd already raised at this point.
Hold up, lads! Y'all got to go to J.K. Rowling's Twitter. I wondered if being sexist in the reply to this would come back to bite me, but you know.
Yeah, he eventually. This is the start of it. He eventually turns around. Like, yeah.
Ratio her? Are you kidding? Do it? I can't ratio JK.
You know how you ratio JK? You have the fans of someone who likes JK ratio you by posting a picture of like a slice of bacon or something. That's how you fucking do it.
Hey, Rowling. Hold on, I'm doing the tweet here on the phone. Hold on. Just no lady, please. I'm gonna do the lady. You can't stop me from saying lady. Okay, fine. What's her actual first name? Joanne. Gotcha.
I don't know. It was always.
All right. How about this? Listen,
Joanna.
You don't get to play the victim card when you're the advocate for taking away women's rights here. Trans women are killed in men's facilities, and you want to keep them there because of your trauma. Quit making your feelings other people's oppression. No?
Yep. Absolutely, like 100%. And I actually had to post a response or something like this, being like, to everyone who doesn't like Vaush, don't double-side it. I mean, we looked at it earlier, like, don't double-side it. Vaush, even if you don't like him, is right in this. If you don't like Vaush, do you like JK? Do you like JK? Because if you like JK, then you're just a transphobe.
This is the sad part of reality in which sometimes even people that you might not like actually can be right. And you know what? Just because you don't like Vaush doesn't mean that Vaush is wrong.
100% agree there. All right, I think we can keep on going, but I imagine what?
Hold on, stop. Wait. I gotta point out the title here: "The Moral Necessity of Being Sexist to J.K. Rowling."
Oh, this is all just tongue in cheek. This is all just tongue in cheek. This is all just tongue in cheek.
I just love the title.
Oh, this is. Remember, I said I explained the context of this, and you were like, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Like, what are you doing here if you don't like me?
I just love the title. It's
right. 100%. Like Vaush knows what the fuck he's doing. It's why I like him. So did TJ and so did Jake. Like it's and a lot of people are like, oh, he shouldn't have been sexist. He wasn't being sexist. He was being tongue-in-cheek sexist. In fact, one of the best arguments I heard against Vaush came from all people to Count Dankula, who was like, oh, so then how come your joke is okay, but my joke wasn't? And at the very least, he's paid more attention to a lot of the people here. He's actually stopped
really against Vaush so much as against the people who are mad at Dankula.
That's true, because believe it or not, Vaush does not like Dankula, but he's defended him over the whole Nazi bug thing. Because again, you can be against someone and still 100% agree with something that they say. Tucker every once in a while will say something that he's completely parroting just for like effect, but he'll still say something that they'll be like, okay, I can side with that. Corporations are just being pieces of shit.
I don't want people being fucking thrown in prison over like a tweet. Like that's too much.
That's stupid. Unless the tweet is a death threat.
Community.
Yeah, like the January 6th people, for example. A lot of them need to go into jail because they were doing much more than tweeting. They were acting on those tweets. So here's evidence up on screen, Exhibit A, you know? But here's the thing. If I'd have said that last year, a lot of people wouldn't have agreed with me. They'd be like, no, that's just them talking. No, that's literal proof of them planning a coup. And then they tried it and failed it. Had they succeeded, they wouldn't have ever. We wouldn't be seeing the shaman in jail right now. We wouldn't be seeing Marjorie Taylor Greene thrown under the bus. In fact, she'd be the new head of the Republican Party. Turtle Boy would be kind of
we don't say things like that out loud because we don't want to give them power. All right, do not give that thought power in the universe to even pretend to become true.
Saying that it could happen does not give them the same strength as it will happen. The real question.
I don't even want to imagine that. Like, that's just no, please.
I assume the screen just went black because mere moments before deciding to record this, I decided to turn off Elven Ring. Let's make talking about that, all right?
You can tell how tired he is at this point. He must have been streaming Christ for like 20-something hours. He sounds drunk.
No, actually. There are a couple issues I have, but I just want to talk about one.
Sleep deprivation and drunk are very similar.
And do you know who he sounds like? He sounds a little bit like Jeff Holiday. Listen to him.
Decided on an inflammatory title for this YouTube video, so I just want to present.
Might no one hearing it?
Okay with you guys.
A little bit.
I languish, my life. It's a tragedy. Because
he flexes in his fucking palatial estate, surrounded by beautiful people and wads of cash and cute cats.
The people in my community have, I think, sometimes latched onto that concept in a way that I think is counterproductive. I really worry that sometimes you guys would have been, like, for instance, there are some positions that I and my community hold.
He gets until the 5-minute mark, and then we're going to end it because obviously we're not going to watch the whole 20-minute thing.
Seem to run contrary to the attitudes you guys sometimes take towards the necessity for optically good behavior. Like the rioting during BLM. There was rioting, and that was bad optics. It's just a thing that tends to happen during protests. But we knew.
All right, pause for a second. Like, it's not bad optics. It was a fucking crime to riot during that. Like, it's not just optics. Like, it was objectively not a good thing to do. It was illegal.
So what?
We can say that, like, the same way that the right is wrong for all the fucking awful shit that they did in January 6th. It is also wrong to set buildings on fire. And
100% if those buildings, for example, are full of people and whatever. But if they were evacuated, it
doesn't matter if they're you don't have the right to set someone's building on fire.
There's no valid reason to be setting buildings on fire, ever. Period.
Yeah.
Well, then you guys wouldn't have had a country, would you?
Unless you own the building and have decided to demolish it.
It's not about optics. It's it doesn't look bad. It is bad. There is a difference between them.
I'll tell you an example of BLM and Antifa being bad in my mind, and I think you guys can probably agree. Do you remember really early on after Trump won, those black kids grabbed that mentally challenged kid and shoved his head in the toilet, screaming? Yeah. That is fucking disgusting, and I hope those kids are in jail. Not even in juvie, but in jail.
Yeah, that's also a crime. So
yes, 100% in a crime. But then, do you not think that it's... You know what? No, I'm not going to even defend them burning down buildings. I will say this. Do you not see it as understandable, at least a little bit, why they were so angry?
No, I understand it. Believe me, I fucking hate corporatism so much, and I'm sure a lot of these places are.
It wasn't even corporatism. It was the cops. It was the whole system. It was the inherent flawed system.
It's just the problem with America is every fundamental system we rely on is interconnected and also equally corrupt to each other. So I understand the urge to want to burn buildings down, but it doesn't make it okay just because you want to do it and you feel that the protesting is totally fine. I'm fine with that.
When would you take to the streets?
I'm not okay with people just choosing to unilaterally blockade highways and burn down buildings and shit. If blockade a government building or something that.
Which they did. They burned down a police station, and it was great.
Burning down is not blockading.
No, there's a difference. Yeah, exactly. There's a difference. You can do protests, and you can be totally valid, and you can do it in a way where you're going after the government, and I'm down with that, but.
I gotta say that I'm mostly just annoyed about how ineffective it was, and this, you know why it reminded me of? It reminded me of a lot of Occupy, the Occupy movement. I was a part of that. I actually did the blockade of Central Bank.
Look at
You know what they
happened,
did?
though. Like,
They went in the back. I was there on the ground floor when it actually happened. They had no organization, no intercommunication with other groups. They had no idea how to raise money. They had no idea how to do anything. But they were.
What happened as a result? Like, because they chose to go and there a lot of them did not do anything wrong, and they were totally in their rights to protest.
Yep, very few people.
The ones that burn down the fucking buildings and choose to blockade highways and stuff, they're the ones that turn people who are on their side against them, and that's how you kill your own movement. Why would you want to turn people away from what you're doing?
I have a question then. Thanks to people like Jake, Vaush, Contra, I know about Dylan Burns. I learned about the Native American protests against the pipelines and the stuff up against Alberta. Did they have a right to stop trains and cars and trucks?
Well, I guess it depends on what specific
That's what I was asking earlier. What would be the limit for you? When would it be? When would you be like, no, seriously, fuck this shit, and you start tearing it down?
Quick interruption. While Magic is thinking about that, I just want to say we're super late today, and I need to recharge my earbuds.
Fuck it. Yeah,
guys, no. You guys finish this discussion. I'm gonna peace out.
Are you sure?
Okay.
You guys can keep going. I'm not trying to tell you to stop, but.
All right, because for the record, this is gonna say civil as fuck. This is.
No, that's fine. I don't. This has nothing to do with the discussion. I'm just noticing that this.
We have been. Yeah. Oh God, you're right. We've been 3 hours now.
Can you please, hey, please stop interrupting me.
Sorry.
I'm trying to talk. I'm just saying, this discussion seems like it's not on the cusp of ending any minute soon, and that's okay. But I just needed to interject because I gotta go.
Oh yeah. I can.
I'm not leaving because of what you're talking about. I'm leaving because I have my own stream in an hour and I need to recharge my earbuds.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Peace.
Have fun, guys.
Peace.
See you. All right.
Actually, no. I think yeah, he has the right of it. Honestly. Yeah. This, especially with alcohol on us. Jesus Christ, I don't think this is a topic. But
all I would say is probably the Native American protest is a lot better because they're protesting directly against the people responsible for what they're doing, and not the public at large. I think that's the major difference. There's not innocent people that are being caught up in the fucking crossfire of that.
Well, there was. There was. That's just it, though. There were people. I mean, the thing about it is the entire community came out. So, and what's more, in the case of the pipeline, they failed, didn't they? They started up.
Well,
I saw Sulfane a few days ago post up that they've started mass producing it.
They did, but I mean, the difference is when you're on a highway, you're protesting against people who you don't even fucking know, if they're for or against what you're doing. A lot of people might have been for what they're doing, but you're gonna turn a lot of them off when you're just impeding their fucking lives. They may be doing everything in their power to help you, and you're just shitting on them. So that's pretty shitty. That's what I have a problem with. Don't go after the people who are tangibly already supporting the movement. That's all.
Like how, for example, out of curiosity, do you support Ukraine?
Support Ukraine in general? Yeah, absolutely. Fuck Russia.
So, do you mind that the gas prices in the States and worldwide have just skyrocketed?
I mean, I'm not happy about it, but I understand that it's not just a result of this. Don't let anybody fucking gaslight you with that. No pun intended. Russia is a very small percent of the amount of gas that we end up getting. It's more a result of the fact that we haven't been investing into our own energy infrastructure for the past 2 decades, and you know what? Eventually, that fucking bill is going to come due one way or another, and this is just a catalyst for it. So.
Yeah, I was actually thinking, if anything, we could see this as a positive, and you could end up starting
I
to get
mean,
like
it's a
more and more.
positive for me. All right. Full disclosure: I own thousands of dollars of uranium stock, so I'm all
Oh
about
shit!
nuclear energy.
Yeah, the nuclear lobby must be like going like, well. And then, of course, there was a fight in the in that nuclear reactor in Ukraine. They must have been like, well, a
Germany,
little
like,
less.
Germany was like on the way to like shutting down all their nuclear plants, and like now they're like, you know what? Maybe shutting down nuclear plants is not the way to German energy independence. So I think a lot of people are starting to wake up and realize that like nuclear energy is like really one of the only ways that we're going to get away from fossil fuels. And honestly, that's a bet that I put a lot of money on. So.
You might say you're a little bit biased, but at the exact same time, I'm kind of for.
I don't know if I would say biased so much as I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is.
I saw that this was a thing pretty recently. Also, yeah, I just want to say sorry there for Krendar. Very rare for me these days. In the early days, I used to interrupt the living shit out of him. But yeah, I guess it's just the way of things every once in a while. But here's the thing. How long do you have there, Magicus?
I've got like at least another hour or so. However long it takes us to get through.
Yeah, fuck it. Yeah. Let's keep this trading going. As always, like, share, subscribe. Check out the links in the description. But yeah, like they're now talking about how America should be independent. They're only saying that now because they're running out of options. Like Saudi Arabia has been fully tapped, and Venezuela is not America's friend. So we're also
fucking smart. Like the smart people in the room, like knew this was going to happen decades ago, and nobody wanted to fucking listen then. So like, what did you think was going to happen? It's like the surprise Pikachu face meme.
Right. I do think I know a few people who are major against nuclear fuel because they all think of Chernobyl, and you know what? Chernobyl is entirely valid, except for the fact that Chernobyl was an incredibly poorly built.
I understand why they would point to that, but that also just demonstrates their ignorance on the topic because nuclear reactors, by current designs, cannot melt down. It's physically impossible for them to.
Right. Well, they did say that. Well, what about Fukushima? That's a genuine question because Fukushima was an outside source interacting with.
Fukushima had it had to do with the exact timing that it hit it because I think they were in the middle of a maintenance cycle, and only because a tidal wave hit them during that maintenance window is why it happened. Like if it had hit them the day before or the day after, like nothing would have fucking happened.
So they just, but that's the thing. Like, there's always going to be the case, even if the machine's built well. There's always going to be that self of human error that people will be freaked out about.
I think the plant itself was also like fairly old too. It's not like it's a new design for it anyway. So.
There hasn't been very many new designs of nuclear plants worldwide, has there?
This is also the problem. Like, we need to invest in them because the new designs are the ones that we should be building because they're the safest ones, and they're the ones that are going to solve our fucking energy crisis. So
I remember Jeff Holiday saying about this, and I kind of agree. I do kind of agree. It's just that there's three things I don't like about nuclear power. Number one, it doesn't fix things like, say, cars. Number two, it doesn't fix things.
It fixes half of the problems with cars.
Yes.
Like the other half of that problem is that our like, at least in the U.S., our physical energy, like our power grid, is like in complete fucking disarray. Like it's like 100 years old, and like we really need to reinvest into bringing it up to like modern standards.
Hell, Texas is its own separate power grid. And do you remember that like 2 or 3 years ago? Yeah, Texas from like 2 or 3 years ago.
It needs to be fully nationalized, and it needs to be fucking rebuilt basically from the ground up because our power transmission grid is like absolute fucking ass. But that's because we haven't done anything with it in like 100 years. It's ridiculous. Like, you would think that like I was just making that up, but like no, it is really bad. Like, I can't begin to describe to you like how ridiculously out of date a lot of these areas are.
Like, This shit is insane. Like I've just never liked this image because it's like something a child would do. This is the West. This is the East. Like and here's Texas because Texas is big. But no, it's even all of Texas isn't even connected. It doesn't matter about state. It matters about whatever power company at the time snatched it up and then distributed it among their like local power. Like here's Nebraska power. Here's fucking.
I mean,
that was probably a
maybe this makes me a socialist or whatever, but like some things need to be fucking nationalized in our fucking energy, like like all of our infrastructure needs to be fucking like publicly owned. I'm sorry, like
over here it is.
Get rid of all these fucking like private power companies and these fucking private internet providers. They are totally worthless. They're a waste of money. In fact, we give them taxpayer money to update this shit and they don't do it. It should just be owned by the fucking federal government and they should be the ones in charge of like providing service and that's it. Some things are not better when you privatize them because it's ridiculously corrupt and like it's not going to work. Some things are good, like iPhones are great to privatize. Privatize the making of iPhones for sure. Like the infrastructure that our country needs in order to function day to day, probably not one of the things that should be privatized.
Right. Here's ours. State owned, 95%. The rest owned by employees. Which don't let that fool you. Don't let that fool you. That can come up with some bullshit. But electrical company operated by Ireland, while historically a monopoly, the ESB operates a commercial semi-state concerned liberalised. It's slowly going, as we call it, Americanized. But Lockreed, I used to know a few people who worked there. But like the country, from day one we were like, it's very important. It's very important. We need to 100% be in charge of our own power. Just like we're in charge of our own water. Just like we're in charge of our own transport. We have private companies. We don't see a damn thing. Like, we have, say, there's all these local bus routes going around the west coast of Ireland. Like, say, McKilligan's and Sons and the Kennedy brothers. Or, like, West Coast Link. I know that one. But then you have, like, On Road Ireland, which is the bus company. And it will take you from A to Z. It will take you wherever you need to go, especially if you have like the little travel pass I have. Ireland has its own ferry service. Ireland has its own airline. Ireland, but we also keep ourselves open to private investment. In the case of Ryanair, it was built to be Ireland's first major like cheap budget flights, and they did it to respond to Aer Lingus because Aer Lingus was super expensive.
They have this misconception about like what socialism is, and like they don't understand that suggesting that things like our power and infrastructure that part should be socialized, like that, or like our healthcare, education. That's not like socialism as an economic model. That's not how that fucking works. Every single country that like in the first world nation, they're all mixed economies, which means some things are privatized and some things are socialized. We have social programs now for things like Medicare is
veterans association.
Veterans benefits are one of them. Social Security is one of them. Like the military is actually one of them. Military is socialized. Like, if you want to actually look at it, it's public.
The GI Bill. The GI Bill is paying that, even though the GI Bill is nowhere near. So, if Sophane or someone like that would be on, they'd be able to tell you about
if anybody's going to, like, argue against this shit, like, the military is literally socialism. So, if you're willing to tell me, like, okay, get rid of the military, like, okay, then maybe I'll be willing to hear your dumbass, like, opinion on it, but, like, no, I'm sorry. That's not how that fucking works. It's like we have a mixed economy, and it means that we understand the principle that some things operate better in the private sector, and some things operate better in the public sector. So we're not magically just going to become a full socialized like nation that's just 100% socialism just because we decide.
There is no country
Yeah.
that's 100 socialism.
Right. It's like we're not going to become fucking communist China because we.
And
decide
communist China isn't communist China.
By the government.
Like, I'm looking here at Iceland. The first one that came to my mind was Iceland, right? Taxes 84%, and some extent by service fees 16%. So it's still not 100% socialist. But look at this. There is almost no private health insurance in Ireland, and no private hospital in Iceland, and no private hospitals. Let's look at it in comparison. Healthcare in China. Healthcare in, because I actually don't know anything about China's healthcare system, but obviously it being a communist country, undergoing basic changes, of course, 20th century, of course, is really complicated. Both public and private medical institution. 95% of the population has at least basic health insurance. Now, how much do you think that is in America?
Significantly less than that, I can guarantee.
Because
not only that, even the people that actually have insurance don't fucking use it as much as they should because there's copays. Like every time you go to the doctor. Like, just because they have insurance is not the same thing as them having actual, like, health care. So, even the metrics on just looking who owns health insurance, it doesn't tell you who gets health care. That's just not true.
Look at the difference between that and Iceland. Healthcare facilities are largely owned and operated by private sector businesses. 58% of community hospitals in the United States are non-profit. Yeah, but then how do they get their stuff, huh? 20% are government, 21% are government owned. Well, I think that number needs to switch a little bit. 20 are for profit. That would be like the Mayo Clinics of the world, which, for the record, that's the best healthcare system on the planet.
Yeah, the next line here is what gives the game away, though, and just like proves that like it's just a complete fucking scam.
According to the WHO, the United States spend $9,403 in healthcare per capita and 17.9% in healthcare as percentage. Yep.
That's like about twice as much as the second place nation in the entire world spends in their healthcare per capita, and about 3 times as much as most of the first world nations in the world spend on it. How do we have the fucking worst outcomes in this shit, and we spend like 2 to 3 times the amount of money every country in the world does? Like, it is not a fucking.
You are not just the wealthiest country today. You are the wealthiest country who's ever existed. The Roman Empire, the fucking Mongols, the British, they can't compete. Then they controlled so much more than. So much more.
Ridiculous. Like, when you start looking at like actual numbers and don't fucking like give in to conspiracy theories and nonsense, like there is no possible way you can make the argument that like it is necessary for the United States to just be in the shit show state that it's in right now.
Look at all this, like, of 17 highest income countries covered by National Institute of Health, United States in 2013, the highest or near highest prevalence of obesity, car accidents, infant mortality, heart and lung disease, sexually transmitted infections, adolescent pregnancies, injuries, and homicides. Every one of these are due to fucked up policies. You could look at every single one of these and be like, this is not a natural thing. You're not next to some sort of mountain that spews out noxious gas. This is all man-made. And if it was, Americans would probably pay a premium and call it, like, freedom fuel or some shit like that.
So, you know what's really funny about that, too? And this will tie it back to the nuclear plants. The number of people that die as a result of nuclear plants is, like, orders of magnitude less than the number of people that die based on like any other form of energy production the United States has.
Yep.
Like if you look at like the deaths per like kilowatt hour that's generated by a clean coal plant or like natural gas or anything like that.
Beautiful clean coal.
It kills almost no deaths are as a result of from the nuclear plants. But, like, coal pollutes the environment and causes, like, way more people to fucking die from it. Like,
dude, get more abstract. You're not even talking about the biofuel industry, which is destroying your natural water supplies. And, more importantly, more extremely, the lumberjacks. Like, you motherfuckers have your highest, like, the worst job to live in, to work in, is working as a lumberjack. Statistically, you are more likely to get injured there than anything else. And what does most of that wood go to? It doesn't go to furniture. It goes to wood chippers. It goes to massive fucking burners that pump out fucking pure black noxious fumes into the atmosphere to turn it into peat, which will then turn it into worse. Why? Because it's cheap. It's cheap and it's easy.
Yeah, and the primary waste product of a nuclear power plant is water vapor. That's
true, but you have to admit there is still a major issue of what to do with nuclear waste because you can't get rid of it.
It's not. Yeah, but it doesn't generate that much nuclear waste, and it's like most of the places that generate
individually.
They
no.
can safely store it on site. Like it's not that big a deal.
Isn't there one up in Washington, very near to Seattle, that it is kind of slowly polluting the water?
Like it's not a problem to like store the fucking the waste product that's made by the nuclear plants, and it's a matter of people just don't want to. That's all. It's really easy.
What would be your response? Nuclear waste. What would be your response to it?
What would be my response? Well, it was an idea that I think people wanted to build a fucking facility. I believe it was in Nevada or Arizona, one of those two places. Like there was a plan to build a federal facility to store that shit there, which would be a perfect solution to that. But they didn't want to fucking build it there for whatever stupid reason because they're just fearful about it. And it's like that. The science does not support your fear of storing this shit there in the middle of the desert.
Let's pick a quick one that is both long and yet short enough. The CEPCOS, United States Waste, United States Waste Management. Let's pick this. This is kind of middle of the ground. I don't know what's going on with the flies.
There are solutions to these problems. It's not like it's not that big a deal. It's just we're not willing to.
Didn't they think about flinging it out into the sun at one point?
It's ridiculously expensive to take it up, and like
waste
what
is an unavoidable.
What happens if your rocket blows up with it on there?
Oh yeah, I know. Now you've scattered waste into the atmosphere.
Yeah, there's no real.
In terms of volume, radioactive waste is a very small portion of all waste. It's the byproduct of millions of medical procedures each year.
Yeah, every time you get a CAT scan or an X-ray, it produces a small amount. Yep.
Industrial and agricultural applications that use radiation, and nuclear reactors that generate around 10% of global...
Wait, this isn't actually the... Oh, it is. It's literally... I'm for it, but I don't think this is going to be a completely, like, unbiased thing. I want a sort of a 50-50 being like, here's the pros, here's the cons, you make the judgment. But it seems like if I did that, it'd be like, actually, everything's okay.
The problem is that, like, while that sounds good in theory, no issue is actually a 50-50 issue.
No, but we can still make it closer. For example, Kyrgyzstan is down there, and I would show that. It's a great video. Only problem is, Kyrgyzstan is very heavily copyrighted. So...
Like, it really comes down to whether you believe in science or not. And if you believe in science, then you know that, like, storing this shit is not that big a problem. It's just a matter of the political will to solve the problem. That's it.
Yeah, like it can't even be all that hard just to build a facility, right? Like,
I mean, I hate going there, but it's like it's sort of the same thing. Like, okay, the abortion debate. Like, is that really a 50-50? Like, it depends. Like, if you're looking at it from like a science perspective, it's not really like a debate. Like, you know, a person is not like a person like one day after conception. Like, they're like two cells at that point. So can you really point to two cells and say that's a baby? Like, not, you can't justify that with science, but like you can make a moral or political argument about that. And that's really kind of how it is. Like, you have to kind of define what you mean by 50-50 because
there's no such thing as you said, there's no such thing as 50-50, right. But I do believe that
it's the perspective you choose, and I almost always unilaterally choose to take the scientific perspective of things.
I like the idea of sort of utilitarianism, where it's like the least amount of harm possible. In this case, I love the idea of nuclear reactors. I love the idea of like nuclear power. It would take a tremendous effort, and I think that most countries aren't going to do it, because hell, it's a massive political statement. Ireland for decades have been talking about having, as we call it these days, the Green New Deal. Where basically,
thing, though,
where we have nuke, but the second you do that, the whole world is like, so you're making nuclear bombs, are you? No, we're just.
What's the alternative though? Like that's the real question. Like
in our case, wind.
Table,
a whole lot of wind. We've been focusing heavily on wind.
It has a lot of problems, and like even wind and like
we have 50 of them over there. A lot of them fall down. I've talked to the repair people.
Is, like, even if you're looking at stuff like hydroelectric or wind or solar, like they still actually end up causing like more depth per energy generated than like nuclear does.
Yeah, nuclear is, until we can harness the literal power of the sun via like those sort of like sun capture devices, we really have to focus on something that's so constantly churning out energy, and nuclear reactors do it. But because of admittedly shitty designs that hopefully have been rectified.
They definitely have been. Like I said, the reactor designs, and like this is something I would do. I think like Landon Knowles like really educated in this and's done like several podcasts talking about like
we've had nuclear
reactors. Yeah, like, he can tell you a lot better in detail like than I can, like why the design of a reactor like in the current age does not it is not physically possible for it to create a runaway nuclear reaction like people are afraid is a thing, like because it constantly requires you to keep adding to the reaction to sustain it, and if you stop, like if you just like walked away from the controls and didn't do anything, it would naturally just like de-escalate rather than escalate.
I get that. I have to admit, whenever Landon talks, I always think of that alien from Kablam that tries to uplift the caveman, and I'm the caveman, he's the alien, and he's trying to like teach him how to do things like art, science.
He has won like a Nobel Prize, hasn't he? Like that doesn't surprise me.
Well, not for the first time. Let's check out Landon's fucking wiki page. Because why the hell?
What? Actually, I think he has like 2 Nobel Prizes, if I recall, and like multiple PhDs and shit. It's like ridiculously. I can't even like begin to describe like how insanely intelligent this guy is.
Okay, there we go. The very first name up. He has won awards. I don't think they're Nobels, but they're like.
I thought he did have one.
Let's see. One. He was the mayor, the vice mayor of California. He's actually good friends of is it Brian May from The Who? Is it? And he like it's it The Who? I just fucking matter at this point. I'm drunk. I don't care. But he was a good friend of him, but only because of their love of like astronomy. Solar parallax, search for Vulcan asteroid. Can I just say, by the way, I'm still kind of feeling awkward about how Krendar clearly was pissed off when he left.
Okay. Like, I think he was more upset because, like, usually the show doesn't go this late. That's why.
I have a bad habit of interrupting when I'm drunk, and I guess it's him being the only sober one here, unless, of course, you've been sobering up. I don't know.
A little bit.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I just... I don't know. I felt bad, but no. Like he's got a co-veteran of the Fowler Noel Volhash. He taught me stuff when we had him on. He was actually on the show you were on, True Drinks Minimum, and we watched a little bit of Dune, which I could keep up with, and then he started telling me about how like we can observe things as we go further and further back through time by looking through the telescope, and. Around about the point he was talking about how we can reflect things off reflecting things to get like an older idea of the galaxy. I was kind of like, yeah, you've completely lost me.
Oh, you know, no, okay. You know what the thing I was thinking of? He has the record for like discovering where the largest known prime number. That was it.
All right, which it's still, yeah, it's still pretty huge. Like, this is something that Michael from Vsauce should be interviewing him over, you know?
Yeah.
It's...
I don't know, like, so, like, a bunch of the shit that he's been involved in is just, like, absolutely fucking, like, mind-blowing that, you know, people would just have no fucking idea, like, how to even fathom the science and astrophysics that he, like, is knowledgeable on. So.
He is so approachable too, which is nice.
Here it is. Held or co-held 8 world records relating to large prime numbers.
There you go.
World records. Fucking hell. That was the thing. Sorry.
Yep.
So, like, there we go. That's.
I'm trying to think.
I remember he did, like, talk about, like, how nuclear reactor designs on the stream. I think he did it with Steve McRae before, like, shit broke down.
Yeah, I've been
one of the 2 episodes that, like, came out before all the recent drama happened.
I don't know the first thing about the drama. I know that it's being reinvigorated in ways that I have no comparison for, because apparently, according to Geek Room, there's a second split for the non sequitur. Okay, I don't know what's going on. All I know is I'm well past the point of being able to catch up. All I know is that the original host and him had a falling out over money. And by the sound of it, it was kind of stupid on the other person's part. Kyle, was it?
Yeah, it was Kyle originally. Now it's Chesh.
Yeah, I know Chesh. I've seen them do stuff together, but I don't pretend to know a lot. I did used to watch that show back in the day. I watched it.
The TLDR on what's happening now is basically like, for the past, like, 2 years or however long this shit has been going on, like, Chesh has been working for the show to help reclaim it and keep everything together while the lawsuits were going on, I understand.
Yeah.
And the point now is, like, when you're working for this, there's kind of like 2 options. Like, you're either working as a partner, in which case you are compensated as a partner in 2 forms. You get profit share and you get decision-making power. The decision-making power is part of, you know, what offsets the risk of, you know, having your income be through profit sharing. And the other alternative, if you're going to work for somebody, is you're an employee or a contractor, which means you get paid like a fixed rate. And you know what? Fixed rates tend to be like more than, you know, what the small YouTube show was going to make on like profit sharing, especially when they haven't made a whole lot of money in that amount of time. So the thing is, like, if you're not going to have decision-making power, well, are you an employee or a partner? Because if you're like actually an employee or a contractor, the amount of money you should be getting is a lot higher than what somebody should be getting as like a partner, because they're like, the show didn't make that much money, but like, it doesn't matter how much it made if, you know, you're being hired to do something.
Yeah,
so
that's fair.
The thing, Steve did not want to give up the decision-making power. So it's like, okay, well, then if that's the case, then clearly she's not a partner. So does that mean then you're saying she's an employee? Because that's the only other option. So, like, why are you basically not paying her the amount that, like, somebody who's employed to do stuff would be expected to get? Like, you can't have it both ways, and I think that's kind of the primary source of the issue.
That's fair. I honestly don't know. I don't know because I haven't been keeping up. I knew that, like, new fractures were forming and new problems were forming, but
there's a lot more detail than that. But, like, from everything that, like, I've heard and, like, seen, that seems to be, like, the crux, like the fundamental point there, that, like, you can't both be, like, a partner but also, like, you know, an employee at the same time. Like, it's
it's
you either have decision making power or you get paid like a fixed amount for the work you do. So pick one, I guess.
It's like when Krendar and myself started up the show. The second we got our first dono after the show, I was like, right, well, now that we got our first donation, we need to talk about how this is going to be, like, divvy it up because, well, it's going to be. And I actually said we don't want to be the next non sequitur, like 6 months down the line.
Well, it's exactly,
And it could be it could be like 20, 30 quid. It doesn't matter. The point is that like unless if they think they're not getting like what they're owed, that way I have money. Whenever he wants it, he can have it. And same for Missy, too, for when she got the single donation on the single episode we've done of King Think. The same rule applies. Whenever they want it, they can have it. They just have to tell me. It's just, we have to work out this sort of thing prior and make it, if not on a paper, then just so clear-cut that there's no room for interpretation.
Yeah. And, like, if your plan is to just, both of you like do a show like this, then yeah, it should be defined before you start doing it. And like I would assume, my guess would be that like you would consider each other partners. Is that the case?
Oh yeah, the only reason I always come across as the one in charge of the situation is twofold. Number one, I'm a fucking dom daddy, that's why. And number two, which is not untrue. And number two, it's on my computer, so I'm the one who has to work out all the tech issues. Yeah. So, like I told Krendar more than once, like if he wants to do episodes where I can't, like next week we can't do it, for example. I told him that this is nothing hidden, by the way. I'm not like leaking any sort of hidden shit. I told him that if he wants to, he can go and do a stream on Friday. I won't be anywhere near this computer. I can't do it. But if he wants to go on his channel and just call it Bearded Ramblings for that episode, find a guest, I'm totally okay with it. I'll even slide into the stream if possible.
So like yeah, that's the thing. Like you share creative control over it. That's the thing that like it seems that Steve doesn't want to give up based on like his offer that document that I'd seen given to Chesh. So like you can't have it, but like yeah, so you can't say that somebody's your partner but then like say that they don't actually have the decision making ability, and that's kind of what he wanted. So
yeah, from that angle that makes sense. Like you said, I'm sure there's way more to it, and I'm sure if Steve was here right now, he'd be saying a very different tune.
There are multiple calls and like lots of fine details and arguments, but like that, like I said, if I'm boiling it down to like the 2-minute version, that seems to be like the crux of where we're at. And honestly, like I don't think that like either of them have done like a terribly good job of like cutting through the BS to like make that point clear. But like I think that's really the important part.
Hold down the fort real quick. I need to use the well-endowed, and don't let anyone else tell you otherwise, boys' room.
Okay. Go for
it. Like, share, subscribe, folks. We're
like
doing
and
slightly
subscribe.
lower than normal.
Or you'll be the next non sequitur show. You don't want that. Years of legal trauma will haunt you if you don't like and subscribe. Oh my god. Like, what a shit show. Come on. Like, ridiculous. This sucked too, because I watched the first few episodes of, like, when it started back up here, and I was enjoying it, but I can't watch it after knowing that this is how people are being treated on it. Just not acceptable to me. Oh well. It's fine. There's plenty of... The one thing that I noticed about, YouTube and Twitch and all, like, there's plenty of other media to watch, so I already don't have enough time to watch all the stuff that I want to watch during the day.
I know, and I imagine this happens to you the exact same way. There are so many people that like we know personally. You probably know Will more than I do in some cases, and
who?
Like just people in general, like streamers in general, and we just can't have enough time in a day to watch every last one of them.
Yeah, I can't. Like as much as I want to. Like it's hard to find the time. Especially because like I focus on doing my own content. So like I play Magic the Gathering multiple. Well, usually like one night a week, but like next week it's going to be 2 nights, and then like I have my programming project I have been doing, and I need the some nights just so that like I can unwind and just relax, and like sometimes that means I'm going to take a fucking nap at like 8 o'clock at night. So
right. Plus, there'll be times you'll want to step away from the computer for whatever reason, whether it be job
maybe
or
I
not.
want to play. I don't know. I might want to play a video game. Like I still haven't started Kingdoms of Amalur, which I bought while it was on sale, and I know it's a good game. I just haven't had time.
This is what you were talking about, wasn't it?
Oh, I think this is the one. Yeah, I mentioned this.
Yeah, I told you I had it saved. I just didn't get around to it.
Включаем массу, оба генератора. Теперь втыкаем обогатитель. Опа. Следующий у нас стартер. Все, завелся. Предохранители. 1, 2, 3, 4. А теперь фары и обдув стекла. Нажимаем сцепление. О! И включаем первую скорость.
A Russian family didn't get their fuel quota for the winter of the year that tank was made, and now she's driving around going like, "Yeah, like, share, subscribe."
Look, I gotta say, this fucking does it for me.
Now you see that does it.
Look, if you have the knowledge to know how to fucking like capture a Russian military vehicle and just drive away with it, like. Sure, I'm down.
Well, a lot of those Eastern European countries, they do have like mandatory like military service, so maybe they are taught basics, how to drive a truck and a tank and stuff like that. But when I was talking to Naira from Finland, she said she didn't have to because she was a woman, but in times of a military crisis, everyone has to become a member of the militia.
Oh yeah, you know what okay, so here's another controversial thing. Like, I don't really hear a lot of like feminists arguing that like women should have to stay in Ukraine and fight in the front lines. I just thought that was kind of interesting. Like, the people who are most like, we're all about equality and everything are not the ones that are like, yeah, you know what? Maybe all the women should stay in Ukraine.
Shoe Head used to make jokes like that. Like the second they make the draft to Universal, that she just becomes the most like motherly woman.
It's a good idea for that to happen, all right? And like, I understand why that's not happening, and there's some good reasons for that. But at the same time, like, it's just weird that you would expect the people that like. Based on what they've said in the past, like they should have that position, and I don't hear that from anyone. That just the silence is a little deafening in that corner of the world. I just thought that's interesting.
I 100% get that. It is something that's been very oddly quiet from people who are normally very loud.
Yeah.
But at the exact same time, there are plenty of women who are going out. I actually saw tons of footage of like girls they're still doing their Instagram accounts, but they're also holding
this guy.
Oh shit, Jay Trudeau!
Unbelievable.
Cheers.
Oh,
thank you, J. Troy Joe, with the 10. At least I think it was. Yeah, it was 5. It was a $5 redo. Thank you so much. But you know what that means? We actually get our shots, which I think at this point it's been established that we've been drinking.
A little bit.
Especially for me. I do apologize there, folks. But you are used to me being drunk.
There we go. I was waiting for the stream to catch back up because there's like a 30 to 60 second delay on it.
I know. Is there any way around that? I'd like you guys to see it as it happens.
It's fine for you and me on Discord. I'm saying like the YouTube stream is like behind where we're at. That's why. So I didn't see the donation come in until like just.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's Jay Trudeau, $5. He said, "Cheers, cheers, Jay Trudeau." All right. I really appreciate it. That was a man's shot you did there. I did a boy's shot. Let's combine it with a second to make it a sad shot. No. Fine.
That's how Death Clock does their shots.
I'm actually doing a Super Mario theme on my hands right now. I'm going to a happy place. All right, let's go make a damn.
Look who's on entertainment trending right now.
Oh, Vaush? Why? And by the you know,
I can't fathom what could possibly be going on.
While we watch this, while we're watching these dogs in slow motion, I want to point out something very important. He was at one point 12th on overall trending.
Yeah, what the
That's what JK's power. She attacked him and it made him stronger. Like, there's a reason why he's my daddy, you know?
Isn't that like one of the rules from like the Art of War? Never interrupt your enemy while they're making a mistake.
Look at the dogs. Oh, that's not how cameras work. Although it's still kind of cool.
That dog just fucking face planted into the camera.
Boom, 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 boom. I like how most of them are still trying to keep off the camera. And this is one is like, I can't help it, I'm sorry, I'm a bad dog, I'm a bad dog.
He wasn't even on the ground. He was like being carried by the other dogs. Look at that.
Yeah. It wasn't my fault. Please don't be angry at me. I'll be a good doggy. Oh, no. Oh, it's alright, babe. Oh, you're a good dog. You're a good dog. But, yeah, this is, Grimes, Data Link, Chelsea. What's after with Vaush? Oh, based in God Bless, right? Yeah, Grimes got another baby on the way.
Cool. Congratulations, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Like, congratulations to someone who I assume wants a baby, has another baby on the way. Great. Yeah, that's a good thing. But, I mean, like, I don't care. Like, right now, I can say that to any other one, or like, if someone else in my chat right now...
I couldn't care less.
I will say, Grimes has had, I don't know these days, but had a fantastic sense of style. Have you ever seen her in, like, a weird patchwork outfit?
I think so, and yeah, you're not wrong.
It looks like something you get in a video game. It looks like something you get in Fallout.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very, very cool. But it's also stupid and kind of screams, I'm trying too hard.
I would describe it as apocalypse chic.
Yeah. Vaush easily lulled. Be surprised. Let's just see how long before we find someone say Vaush is a pedophile. Let's see.
Right there.
What?
Don't want.
Where?
Isn't this one? Like,
this?
just don't wind up with a predatory adult.
Where? Is the
first
one
that you're on right now?
Oh,
like, I think
so the power imbalance should be fine with treating some people. The consent is they don't want to refer to the adult. Let's see if that is related to. Oh God, no! That's a deep thread. I want literally just someone to say Vaush likes little boys. I saw it from a CNN article, and then they're like, "Really? Show me the article."
Go down. Stop. All right, here's one that's talking to. Dude is a pedo and you're deluded. There we go. See, you got it. Exactly what you wanted.
There we go.
Right there.
Always want to discuss reality interesting as guys sexual dynamics of pre-colonial Hawaiian situation because they sure have no problems fucking kids and Afro-Browns goes to suggest it wasn't cultural child abuse. I actually don't know the context of this, so yeah, I'm gonna I don't know if he's ever addressed it. Though yeah, maybe he's not saying it in a positive. So maybe he's like, yeah, maybe let's talk about how the fact that was fucked up. It's possible. But also, he could also be aware that people will misquote him.
That was also a tweet he made in 2018, so like... I don't know what the context was 4 years ago.
He would have been a hardcore Destiny simp just starting up in his career. He wouldn't have been. Maybe. Yeah, he would have been an unknown, except in the Destiny circles. Oh my God, the weirdest moment I've ever heard between streamers, and I've heard streamers shooting each other. Destiny literally walked up to him the first time they ever met. Destiny was shit-faced and was like, yo, Vaush. And Vaush just literally got into the hotel they're having the conference in. And Vaush was like, yeah? I can't stand your fucking guts. But we're okay, right? We're okay. Yeah? And he's like, sure, man. Sure. And he taps him on his shoulder and just walks off. And as he said, he waited until Destiny went to sleep hours prior. Because Vaush is famously incredibly lightweight. So, like 2-3 things. Like, if you ever seen one of his live streams where he gets shit-faced, oh my god, he gets so drunk so quick. Talks about nothing else but sex, by the way. Like, it just immediately sex. Which everyone always tries to catch him out on. Doesn't quite pan out as they plan. He's like, listen, when you want to pleasure a woman, you do this. Then he goes through like 17 different positions. And then every woman is in the chat is like, ooh, my boyfriend did this. This is why I married my husband. Yeah, Vaush, are you seeing anyone? And the one person is like, you're still a virgin, though. I bet you read that online. But that one person, shoe on head. Oh yeah. They have a weird relationship, they do. But
I like this one at the bottom. Imagine hating Vaush so much that you would rather, or you actually rather shit on him than a transphobic millionaire.
Yes! Yes, this is the shit. You know what? I'm gonna yes. I am typing this live on my show after hours of saying literally this. Yes. And thank you. I don't want Crendar getting angry at me for using weird ass capitals. By the way, are you over the horror of you being inverted in our thumbnail yet?
No.
Don't worry. It adds to the charm. It adds to the low energy charm.
But it doesn't show my enigma correctly.
Your enigma, huh?
Enigma. Like the Riddler. Enigma.
Speaking of, you see.
If Burr. Alright, it's the Diablo.
Hey, you keep that Rastafarian shit to yourself, okay? Took you a few seconds, didn't it? By the way, have you seen the new the Batman? I watched it last night.
Not yet, but I'm probably going to see that in the near future.
What my no, it's not a spoiler, but my overall vibe.
I've heard only good things about the movie, so I expect it to be good.
It's not a flawless movie, but I will tell you this: it's not so bad.
The movie is perfect, but like
obviously,
really good.
like even by that standards, deduct an extra 10 points. Like that's the average best movie you can get, rather than close to flawless, except for like maybe I don't know 5 movies that's ever been produced, but including one I'm about to show you right now because it's not only copyright free, it is entirely going to make sense in the context.
What do we got?
Wikipedia. First movie. No, not Pokemon, the first movie. No. The very first movie. I've seen it. There. No. That is not the very first. We can go back further than this. Alright, so I was hoping to be for a bit of a surprise. For context, I was going to show you the very, very, very first movie on Wikipedia. Or it's the oldest recorded footage on Wikipedia, and be like, for the context of this makes the most sense of being one of the best movies ever made, because it's exactly what it wants to be. It's just footage of the image. like the image, but it is like the first footage of the image. But the problem is, when I type the very first movie in, I get something that, while is incredibly old and iconic, I mean, we've all seen this at some point, it's not the first footage. This is close to it. The famed, the people just walking around in their yard, they were all just told to go outside into the yard and just walk. But even that's not one of the... is that the earliest? I don't think it is.
What's the thing that you wanted to show me then?
Alright, so... it's like... these women... all I remember is that they're all dressed the same. It can't be much different in terms of time. 1888. It's like maybe 1870, 1860... and these women in parasols are looking at the camera, they smile, and then it repeats. That's it. But it's out, like, they had no idea why this strange person was putting the strange box in front of them. Though women in that era would probably have to be used to many strange things. The very first movie.
Mm-hmm.
The very first... moving picture. Yeah, I don't know. First movie? It just goes back to the let's go back to the two that we've seen. The Obvious Horse one and that. But
I don't know what to tell you.
You know what? Fuck it. If this is the first one ever, this still applies because it's because what he wanted to do was just film his friends walking around like a bunch of dorks in their yard, and they succeeded.
What's the greater point that you were going to try to make using this?
Point was that I consider that film can be peaked at 4 or 5 movies, and I think the first movie by default always gets like the greatest, should always be considered the ultimate one just by the fact that it's the first, and everything else comes after, like the other 4 ones. That's what I was trying to get at.
See, but I think that like sometimes sequels to a movie are better than the original one.
Oh, sure! I mean, the best Star Wars film had to be Empire, by far.
It's either Empire or Rogue One, depending on who you are, but it's one of those two.
You know what? Rogue One wasn't too bad as far as modern ones. I can tell the people who worked on Rogue One also worked on The Mandalorian and the Jabba the Hutt. Yeah, I can tell. Because there's passion, there's love, there's trying, there's not giving up halfway to have...
Do we want to do a quick Star Wars tangent?
Yes! It's my fucking show, Krendar, who no longer appears. I could even multi-triple you, so it's all just...
Here's the thing. The Rogue One, in my opinion, is the best Star Wars movie because it has the least to do with the Skywalkers, and the Skywalkers are the fucking most boring part of the entire Star Wars universe. Like, everything that's interesting about Star Wars is all the shit outside of the Skywalkers and their fucking family. So, and Rogue One hits on, like, all of that stuff. So, in my opinion, that's the best film for that reason.
Alright, we're gonna do a, not me, because I'm getting too drunk, and more importantly, I might, our conversations about pro or con might go on for too longer than even you're willing to stand. So let's just do it. Let's just do this right now. Scan him.
I think I've seen like most of this stuff. I think there might be 1 or 2 that I haven't watched yet.
We'll put anything you haven't seen into Youngling. Let's put that as the default.
Right. Okay, well let's start. Can we pick Rogue One because that's going to go in the highest tier?
Let's see. Star Wars, Empire.
I always like to
Clone
start a tier list.
Rogue One. Here we go.
The
So
tier list always, I define it by. It's weird how the colors are kind of opposite here, but I guess like the highest one is the best one, right? So we'll
yeah. You want to grandmaster it?
Yes.
All right.
Rogue One is the best.
This is by the way yours. So let's see where you're going. So grandmaster done.
All right. So like I said, I personally always, if I'm gonna do a tier list like this, I like to define what my high and my low points are because it makes organizing everything in between them a lot easier.
That makes sense.
The low point. Do you want to guess what the low point is?
Now, don't forget that Youngling is the things you haven't seen. Padawan is your lowest. So, what's your lowest Padawan?
So, is the holiday special on this list?
Oh, that's a good question. And you know what else? It's not. No.
Not here.
And you know what else? Because it's made by someone who's under 22.
So, if the
it's called Riff Tracks. Check it. Check out the Riff Tracks.
Point of your scale.
Yeah.
Which I have seen, and if it's not, then it's definitely episode 8.
That would be the last one.
So episode 8 is going to be our bottom of our tier.
Is it? That would be this one, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's Padawan. Okay.
Absolute fucking trash.
Oh, 100%. And you know what else? Every once in a while, they throw out an idea that in another superior thing that will one day at least happen would be good.
All right, so I can tell you, I haven't watched Mandalorian yet. I know that it's. From what I know, I think it's the only one in this list that I haven't seen.
Hey, there's no Book of Boba Fett. What the fuck? This is old.
Well, Book of Boba Fett is new, right? So that would make sense.
But it's not that new that someone couldn't have just put a JPEG. No. I'd put a JPEG if I could control it.
Out of all the ones on the list, I think Mandalorian's the only one I haven't watched yet. But I know that it's good. I would probably rank it highly if I had seen it.
It is such.
Right, so let's look at our scale here again. Like, how many actual tiers do we have to go through? So
Grandmaster, Council Member, Master, £9.
Okay. So I think I want to say that the middle tier should probably be Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, alright. I can see that. Where is
it?
Revenge? Is that Revenge? Yes, there's Duels of Fate.
Yeah.
So that'd be that'd be.
I think it would be the middle tier, right, Master?
Yeah. Oh, Master. Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because we only have 5, so this one's the middle here. So that you can kind of get an idea of how I scale these. So like everything else is gonna fall between these now.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go Phantom Menace. That's gonna be Night. All right. It's not good. But
it's not good, but it is an interesting little introduction to this era in the series.
Same thing. Attack of the Clones is also going to be Night tier along with that.
Is it that? Is that not? I can't see from the. I don't want to. All right, fuck it. It wants me to. It wants me to. Fine, I will scroll down.
The Clone Wars is on here twice. Is that? Like,
one would be Clone Wars as maybe the. Clone Wars is the animated, so I'm guessing Clone Wars is. Yeah, but oh shit! No. Here's Clone Wars. Here's Episode 2.
No, Episode 2 is Attack of the Clones. So yeah, Padawan tier, or I'm sorry, Night tier.
Okay.
So that's gonna go with goes with Phantom Menace. So I'm gonna say. Now, really, Episode 9, I'm gonna say would be between Night and Padawan, but because I think it has to be one of the two, so I'm picking Padawan tier for it because it is the second worst.
Episode 9 is I've been drinking. Don't forget. So
I think that it's the one.
No, the name of it.
Oh, The Rise of Skywalker. Is
okay, yeah, that'd be this, wouldn't it?
I think it's that one.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Padawan.
Yeah, that's it, it's better than 8, but not by a lot.
You know, my favorite scene of it is the last scene. Harrison Ford shows up in, and he just says to his son that it's okay, you can stop now.
Right.
I like that.
So,
That's my favorite scene of the whole of it because it actually does seem like, oh, he likes me, knows that this series is dead.
All right. So episode 7 is where the fuck is that here? I think that's Force Awakens. That should be all the way to the right. I think that's gonna go up in the middle tier. So I think that's gonna be Knight, Knight is the middle tier, or no, Master. Is that there.
3. All right. Now you're gonna have to explain. You're gonna have to explain that one a little bit.
So, it's definitely worse than Revenge of the Sith, but like I still think that like it's close enough to like the original trilogy where it's like not terribly unwatchable. Like I don't think it's like Phantom Menace, but like it's above that. So.
Do you believe that that can happen in the same universe that you watched, say, Return of the Jedi in?
Look, I'm saying that like The Force Awakens could have been the start of like a trilogy that got better as it went along. All
right, that's fair. Although I noticed you didn't answer my question. Let's keep going.
All right.
Shall we just get the obvious out of the way and get Empire up into Master?
Yeah, Empire's going up in the top tier. It has to.
I don't say that just because of me either. Like, if you have a problem, I've met people. Like one of the, like, regardless of what you think the best Star Wars movie is, it's one of the two that we have in the top tier. Like, you're not really gonna find a serious opinion. I think that's not one of those two movies. All right. My God, you need to watch the Book of Boba Fett. That's what I'm gonna say.
All right, the rest of these like are actually fairly good, for the most part. So
really?
No, Rebels is fucking awesome, actually. So yeah, I'm gonna rank that high.
Hold on. I want to stress something enough because I've heard this from a lot of different fans. Rebels talks about a lot of awesome things and introduces a lot of awesome characters that would have been better in other shows, but Rebels still wants to be the wholesome kid show, but it can't do both.
But it had some of the best story writing for the villains in the show. And I have to, like, honestly, the writing for the villains in Rebels is better than, like, almost every other.
Yeah, I like the, what's the one from the original first season who was, like, in the blue outfit with the weird hat? She's, like, blonde, and she's, like, really skinny, and she's, like, the administrator of the area. I like how she kind of that almost reminded me of something a bit out of Avatar, actually. How she kind of, like, over the next, like, the episodes, she's like, oh, the Empire is kind of horrific and will do terrible things to Lothar. I also like how regionalized it was. They know they're a part of a wider imperial issue, but all they care about is just like getting Lothar. They go out of Lothar, they come back to Lothar, but all they care about at the time is like just getting that planet liberated. But anyway, while we're here,
it's one of the top two for me, and it's really close in my opinion because I really like Rebels, but like you said, I think its failing point is like it's not quite as violent as it probably would have been if it was like a movie. But at the same time, like the writing is like some of the best. It introduces some of the best characters and some of the most
violent. Be damned! There's plenty of deaths in it. There was an episode where stormtroopers died over fruit. Do you remember?
Yes, I think that I'm gonna put it up in the top tier. To be honest.
Before I continue, Inquisitors are going to be in Kenobi. They are indeed, and if you did not see Rebels, you would have not known that unless you watched Jedi Fallen Order.
Also, I think we're going to see Thrawn in something too, right?
Oh, Mandalorian had a scene where the villain walks away and asks for the communication with Admiral Thrawn. You never get to see him. But there you go.
The thing that bumps this up from council member to grandmaster for me has to be Thrawn, because he's the single best written character in the entirety of Star Wars.
True, but he gets a bitch outcome. Do you know how he dies in the comics?
It's not great.
He gets killed by his own guard, and he dies on his throne with a small pool of blood building up. It's very I think it works well for the character. I think the context is weird, but I think it still works.
Very similarly, I think Clone Wars explores a lot of cool stuff that's interesting, but it's parts of it drag on a lot, and like, how do I say it?
Yeah, the droid arc, the blue arc.
Council member tier for me. I do like Clone Wars a lot, but I don't think it's quite as good as the others that we have.
All right, because you're the first person in Wals to have talked to me about the Clone Wars. Number one, have you noticed that the guy who made Samurai Jack's version of Clone Wars isn't here?
I don't see that.
Exactly, because it's not here. Fuck that noise. Number two, and that is brilliant. That's like the show in the early first few weeks of the Clone Wars.
I don't want to I'm slowly running out of time here.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're both.
So I want to try to get through the rest of these. At least,
but also, do you notice during the droid arc, it kind of fucking sucked.
Yeah, it's not great. There's a lot of parts of the Clone Wars where the pacing isn't great, but it does a lot of good world building, and there's a lot of interesting parts to it, so it gets council member for me.
Huh. I'd have actually put it lower for you.
I think there's two of them, so the other one I guess has to go with it, because I think they're both part of the show. Maybe, the other one might be, the last season of it. That might be why it's split into two, but I would still...
Yeah, that had a fucking callback to KOTOR, for God's sake. It was like, oh, okay, so you do want to acknowledge KOTOR was a thing. Want to acknowledge about the third way to deal with the Force? No? Alright, you're just going to completely ignore it. Cool, great. What about this version of Clone Wars?
No, well, I'm saying they're both going to go in that same tier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because, Alright, Return of the Jedi... let's get this out of the way. Return of the Jedi and also A New Hope have to go in the top tier. The original trilogy is they're just good. I don't think that they're
Ewoks.
I don't think they're not quite as good as the first two picks for this tier, but I think they're better than the next tier, so they're closer to that point.
What's this show?
Which one is this one?
Star Wars Resistance? I can't read it. It's so far. So
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, Star Wars Resistance. I have never heard of it, but it is BB-8. So yeah. And what about Solo?
So this is the last one on our list here. It's not a bad movie, but I don't think that it has a good reason to really exist. It answers a lot of questions that didn't really need to be answered, but it's kind of cool that they were. So one thing that you learn is Han Solo's not actually a great pilot. It's that his ship has a fucking fantastic AI that navigates for him. And
voiced by Marina from Tarth.
I think I go master tier with this one. Because the movie's, I think the movie's fine. It's not it's probably the bottom of the master tier, but it's still got to be above the knight tier.
I enjoyed it. I was even surprised because I hadn't watched Clone Wars when they made the reveal of what's his name, Maul. But
and Maul was a good addition to it, and I think that's what helps it stay in the master tier.
I did like the woman that Emilia Clarke played. I thought she was kind of empty and vapid. There was not really much going on there in terms of character. More I'm someone from your past. Okay, I'm gonna betray you. Okay, why? Reasons. Sequel. It just I don't know. But that's not a terrible one, and I'm still pissed off. There's not the Book of Boba Fett. There's the Mandalorian, but still. And if you haven't seen the Mandalorian, oh Jesus, dude,
well, Mandalorian and Visions are both on my list that I still need to watch. So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I have high hope. Like I've seen good things about both of them, so like I am assuming they would be at least council member tier based on what I do know about both of those.
But you obviously can't make the call while you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
And trust me, there's 1 or 2 episodes that make you go, wait, why did they do that? But they did it, and it doesn't take away from the show. Yeah, I guess with that, no more procrastination. I guess we should just fucking end the stream.
Well, we have Buff Corell to like close this, right? Is that how this works?
Oh, you are fucking right. The Corell of Buff. Corell, bump. Before we go, I would ask Krendar. He is currently probably streaming right now, and I would ask you then. What's your next big thing you're up to?
I think Wednesday night I'm doing a Commander stream, and the theme of our Commander stream is going to be piss off every other player as much as humanly possible. So.
Oh, so what I've been doing on this stream then, basically.
I'm going to play a deck that is designed specifically to make every other player as miserable as humanly possible.
Nice. It's going to be
and then
basically...
I think, yeah, like, so that should be Wednesday, and then Thursday I should be doing, like, a regular, like, Magic League, which might be, like, Modern or Legacy. I don't know yet.
Awesome. I actually will be chilling with Miss Parker tomorrow, if I remember right. I'm not sure when. I don't think she sent me the deets. But I was telling her I was going to have a bottle of gin. But thinking of it now, well, I'm already this far gone after half a bottle of gin, so why the hell do I need a full bottle of gin? Or hell, any. I'll probably wake up tomorrow and be like, no, get the devil water away from me. Bad. And then the next day I'll be after, yeah, give me a hit. But on Sunday, we'll be... You know what? I'm in the mood of getting rid of Red Alert. So let's get rid of Red Alert 3 by getting rid of the other 2 factions. And beyond that... I think over the week after, of course, is Paddy's week, kind of the most important week on this channel, and the most important week in Ireland. I will be doing coffee and chat with Alkalite Naira. We're looking forward to that, and then Lady Energy and I will be off to Sligo until about Monday. So I can... Fun. Yeah, I'm hoping so. She has a lot to do in Sligo anyway, but I also just, want to film the parade and get trashed. So she's like, yay, party. So, she's probably going to actually record a good chunk of the video that I'll manage to upload. So you'll get to see someone who isn't Claire, who's my camera woman. Anyway, guest, what do you want for Buff Corral? Which one of these is jumping out at you?
Fuck. Wait, you've already watched the Chumbawamba one.
We have, and it wasn't actually as good as I thought it'd be.
How about we watch the Metal Gear Rising Stains of Time? That sounds fun.
Runes... Oh, great. And always, guys, before I stop pausing, don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Check the links in the description down below, including Krendar, who is now currently grumbling that his co-host was fucking constantly interrupting him the whole night. almost like he was drunk or something. Go and check him out and give him much love. Also check out our guest Magicus, and check out myself. We'll be around on Saturday on probably Discord. I actually don't know the deets of what Miss Parker has in store. For all I know, we're going to like fucking Vimeo or some shit like that. But on Sunday, watch me for gaming. So yeah. Oh, and shots for donos. Jesus, I know I said I wouldn't pause, but Christ. Aww.
Away the sorrow and the sands of time, but there's no memory, it's only dry inside. In my sinking deeper into a peaceful light, and it will flow like the fall of rain, pouring down on me, and we're not led up into the end is here, and it will glow through the darkest days. Final hour, and they will never rest until the clouds are clear, until it finds my dreams disappear.
Okay, I am again sorry for pausing. I was not prepared for that. I don't think he gets that you don't have to like say everything that's on screen. Like for example, long pauses. I'm surprised he didn't say long pauses. Those feet, though.
My dreams disappear.
He tap dancing?
Of course. How else are you gonna see their style? Woo! Soul Calibur 222. Build your champion. Of course, oh my god! How the hell did Critical not do a Buff Corel? Because he knew Buff Corel was. Like I found that insulting. He made a Dimmadome. With a hat so big that it would always skip out the side of the screen at all times. But yeah, anyway. It has been very, very, very cool having you on screen. Hope to have you again. Hopefully I will not be quite so This is not the first time you've heard me say this, but hopefully I will not be quite again so sloshed. So I will replace this. I will not be quite so sloshed to the point where my co-host gets off pissy. You know, like...
That might help a little.
Only a tiff, even. But, no, I hope you have fun. Yeah, I'll see you around, man. And I guess
It was
we're
fun
out
as
here.
always. I look forward to coming back sometime.
A month or two, you will see me sliding your DMs. And if you ever need a co-host for something, don't forget to be a stranger. Speaking of, while next Friday we're not doing jack shit, on the 25th, we are indeed going to have on two sweet boys you probably know very well. One cannot survive their chowder. The other cannot survive the other cannot survive being in high places. Well, technically, both.
Isn't that the same one?
Yeah, hold on, wait, hold on. What can I say? They all look the same to me.
Look, one of them can't survive chowder. The other one can't survive without the white bitches.
Oh God, I need to be like, hey, lady, yeah, could you not watch the next episode? I kind of, well, I'm saying we're in an open relationship. Hey, if you ever want to make networks in my own community, yeah, there you go. His name's Monty, and he has these dreads, and he'll be like, yeah, I do, and then he flicks his dreads and say, thank you for noticing. But no, we got the shit show on next week, so that will be
fun.
Yeah, it should be a good laugh. And we're trying to get also Poisoning the Well back as well, which will be hopefully
that should
good.
be cool too.
Yeah, Sophane says he's down, but getting him to respond to his fucking tweets is like a poking, I don't know, like a blobfish. You ever try to poke a blobfish? It's seldom productive.
Don't poke the blobfish. Fish are friends, not food.
Well, they can be both things if you have consent. And on that slightly cryptic bombshell,